Hey everyone! Welcome back to part 2 of This Time It's Real by Liang. If you thought the fake dating was fun before, just wait. Things are about to get even sweeter and way more real. If you're loving this story, grab a copy to support Liang, she absolutely deserves it. And if you have a book you'd love me to read next, let me know in the comments. I'm always taking suggestions. Alright, let's jump back in. Chapter 12. Back home, hidden away in my bedroom, I create a brand new PowerPoint titled A Step-by-Step Guide on Getting Over an Unwanted Crush. I've spent the remaining school day compiling articles and advice columns and every resource out there on how to do this, scrapping all the bullshit tips like just give it time or accept your feelings and tailoring the information to my own situation. All I really need now is to follow through with it. So, Step 1, look for things to hate about him. This should be easy enough. I crack my knuckles and spread my fingers over my keyboard. Things to hate. There are a number of anti-fan forums up and running, populated by people who absolutely loathe Caz Song, a perfect place to find inspiration. Still, I feel weirdly guilty going on them, as if I'm somehow engaging in an act of treason. Then I read a few of the hate comments. At 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎𝐏𝐿, Caz Song is so fake it creeps me out. You just know that it's all a persona created by his company to win over brainless teenage girls. Does he even have an actual personality? At Phoebe_bear, let's be real, if Caz Song weren't born with a pretty face, he'd be a nobody. His acting is just okay. So many people are 1000x more deserving of what he has. At 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎𝐏𝐿 instead, a former fan here, don't judge. Used to love him until he changed his hair. Wish he'd dye it again, now he looks too feminine. At 𝐏𝐚𝐫𝐭, I have this theory that Caz has hooked up with at least 2 major players in the entertainment industry. There's literally no other explanation why he'd keep getting these big drama opportunities. Next thing I know, I'm clenching my teeth so hard they hurt and creating an account under a fake name and replying, Caz Song is far more talented than you'll ever be. You have no idea how hard he's worked, you pathetic little. Okay, so maybe the first step wasn't as effective as I'd hoped. Whatever. I turn my attention to step 2 instead, develop a crush on someone else. Over the next couple weeks, I force myself to admire photos of other celebrities every morning. Gong Dang Luan, Yang Qianqi, Jungkook. They're all very attractive. I know this objectively. Yet my pulse stays the same no matter how long I stare at them, willing myself to just feel something. But I feel nothing, not until I get to school and catch sight of Caz laughing with his friends, where my pulse promptly skyrockets and my stomach somersaults 10 times over. Desperate by this point, I move on to step 3, observe him more closely. The apparent logic behind this is that crushes are like mirages, they don't hold well under intense scrutiny. So I observe Caz Song, searching for flaws, a crack in the fantasy. At school, and during our chemistry training sessions while we explore the city and memorize as much of each other's backgrounds as possible. In late November and early December, when Caz takes me out to eat lamb kebabs, sweet potatoes in foil, sugar-roasted chestnuts fragrant enough to make your mouth water from yards away. On the first day of winter, when Caz brings me to this place that sells thick sesame-coated beans the size of my face. The whole time, I watch him. And I notice all the wrong things. Like how he's always the first to clean up and throw our trash away without saying a word. How he gets cold easily, his cheeks flushing in the faintest breeze, but refuses to wear extra layers if he doesn't think it looks good, which somehow isn't nearly as irritating as it should be. How he never loses his patience when I can't decide on my order, and never laughs at me when I ask silly questions about how the food is cooked. Today, he introduces me to a handmade noodle stall near 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 Lake, and the feeling is still there, curled up snugly against my ribs. The cursed, stubborn crush I can't get rid of. It's supposed to snow later. This is what I'm thinking about on our ride back. How it'll snow, and how secretly excited I am to see it, to feel it on my skin. I've forgotten what Beijing in the snow looks like. I hope it's beautiful. We've almost reached our compound when I notice that my right wrist is bare. It takes me another few seconds to realize why, exactly, the sight is so odd. The bracelet. The bracelet is gone. No, I whisper, my voice buried beneath the rumble of the engine. The motorcycle is moving too fast for me to stop and search for a short piece of string, but I try anyway, scanning my jean pockets, my sleeves, hoping against threadbare hope that it might have only gotten tangled in the fabric, in the wind, in my hair. But there's nothing. Which means it must have fallen off somewhere along the ride, anywhere between the noodle stall and here. Maybe even earlier than that, when we were eating by the frozen lake banks, blowing warm air into our hands. Is something wrong? Caz calls back to me, catching my eye in the side view mirror. The thought of brushing it aside, of simply acting like everything is fine and going home and grieving this loss alone, flits through my mind. It's only an old bracelet anyway. And though I've kept mine ever since Zoe gave it to me, if I really think about it, I haven't seen her wear hers in a while. Months, even. But what I say is, can you let me down? There's something I need to find. Caz doesn't question me. He presses down on the brakes at once, easing us into a smooth stop by the sidewalk. As soon as the motorcycle starts to tilt dangerously, no longer suspended by its former momentum, he leaps off and straightens the vehicle and helps me to my feet. When I'm safe on the ground, he asks, "What do you need to find?" My bracelet. It's blue and kind of thin, and I fumble around for a more specific description. My mind feels both numb and too full, crowded with 1,000 different competing thoughts, none of them helpful. Deep down, I'm already starting to suspect that I might never see my bracelet again. I wear it a lot. I know which one it is. Caz is looking past me now, in the direction of the city we just rode back from. Then his gaze locks on mine, and I expect to see some hint of impatience, or at least confusion over why I'm making such a big deal over a small thing. But he simply asks, "How long has it been missing?" My throat tightens. I only noticed a few moments ago, but it could be hours since I lost it. It could be anywhere. I doubt it. His expression is thoughtful now. I saw you wearing it when we were ordering the noodles, so you probably just dropped it on the way home. It can't be too far. As he speaks, he's already sliding one leg back over the motorcycle seat and gesturing for me to climb on after him. I hesitate. What are you doing? We can retrace our route back to the stall, he says, raising his voice to be heard as he restarts the engine, the now familiar hum sending small tremors through the pavement. I'll go slow, so just keep your eyes out for it, okay? I feel a frisson of panic, and not just over the bracelet. He's being too kind, too thoughtful. Too likable. If I let him help me, trust him with this, then my crush will surely grow malignant. No amount of well-researched PowerPoints and pretty photos of 𝐒𝐚⁵'s face will ever let me get rid of it. But it's getting colder, and he's waiting for me still, and even I'm not so unrealistic as to imagine I could track down the bracelet by myself on foot. Okay, I say slowly, climbing on and wrapping my arms around his waist. The second I do, something inside me snaps into place, as if this one small action has already sealed my fate. Hold on tighter, he warns. It's dangerous, riding around in the snow. Tentatively, I lean closer, until I can feel the heat of his skin despite the cold. Tighter. What? My face flushes. I'm all ready. He makes a small sound like a sigh and grabs my wrists, pulling them higher so they're locked just over his taut stomach, my entire upper body pressed snugly against his. I don't want to be legally responsible for any accidents, he says over the hum of the engine. The search begins. I scan the roads up and down, squint through the wind, staring at every gutter and crack in the pavement and upturned leaf we pass until my vision starts to blur. Still nothing. Above us, the sky is a pure, hushed white, a blank canvas, stretching on and on for every inch of ground we cover, until the first snowflake breaks free from the nothingness and tumbles down to earth. More follow. Soft, fat flakes of cold. I thought I'd forgotten this, but the sensation of the ice catching in my lashes and melting on the plastic of my black puffer jacket is oddly familiar, like an old friend. No bracelet, though. The snow adds a ticking clock. It'll be impossible to find anything once the ground is lost in white. And we're running out of time. But just when I'm about to give up and ask for Caz to turn back around, I see it. A glimpse of blue in my peripheral vision, lying just off the side of the road. My breath catches, hope inflating my lungs. Stop! I call. It's there, I think it's there. As soon as Caz cuts the engine, I'm running. The street is more ice than concrete by now, and twice my feet slip, my weight tipping precariously forward before I steady myself, run faster. My fingers close over the thin string just as it's pulled upward by a faint breeze. Relief floods through my veins like morphine, dulling the edges of my panic until my heartbeat returns to normal again. I breathe out, grip the slightly damp bracelet to my chest. It's there. Still there. You found it? Caz walks over to me, and I nod once, embarrassed now that the immediacy of the situation has melted away. I mean, what kind of person makes such a fuss over a piece of string? He's probably thinking that exact question, because he stares at the bracelet, then up at me, and says, "You wear that a lot." I nod again, knowing he's searching for an explanation and unsure whether I should give it to him. How much of my heart I can afford to reveal. But what he's done, without hesitation, seemingly without expectation of anything in return, I feel myself sway. Maybe it's okay. Maybe I can trust him, just a little. It's a friendship bracelet. From Zoe. My best friend is what I mean to add, but something glues my jaw shut, freezes the familiar words in my throat. Just the other night, when I was drafting a blog post, I'd gone to listen to our Spotify playlist, only to find that the name had been changed from Zoe plus Eliza 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎 to Rex for Divya. Which, rationally speaking, is a small thing. Insignificant. But aren't small things exactly what friendships are made up of? Frayed string bracelets and late-night texts and compilations of your favorite songs? When you take those things away, what do you have left? I don't say any of this, of course, but Caz must see the hurt all over my face, because he asks quietly, "Do you miss her?" I wrap my arms around my body. Exhale into the frigid air. I miss a lot of people. And this, I think, is my ultimate fatal flaw. Missing people who don't miss me back. Clinging on to strands of string that shouldn't mean half as much as they do. It takes so little for me to love someone, yet so long for me to move on. The snow has thickened by the time Caz parks his motorcycle outside the compound gates. Yeah. Caz. I twist around, helmet still on, wobbling a little as my feet hit the ice-slicked pavement, and spot Emily moving toward us through the white haze. Her round cheeks are flushed pink from the cold, her messy braids tucked inside a polka dot wool beanie, one umbrella raised over her head while another hangs from her swinging elbow. "Hey, kid," Caz calls as she draws closer. "What are you doing here?" I expect Emily to tell him off for calling her kid, the way she always does with me, but instead her face breaks into a wide grin. Then, even more surprisingly, she reaches out and does this complex handshake/high-five thing with him in complete sync. What was that? I manage, rubbing a stray flake of snow from my eyes. "Our secret handshake," Emily says, then points behind her to our apartment in the background. "Also, we saw you guys riding back just now, so Ma told me to bring you an umbrella." "You're very welcome. But I don't reach for the umbrella." "Since when do you two have a secret handshake?" I was invited over to her drama class a few times the other week to give them acting tips, Caz explains while my little sister nods along fast and gazes up at him with clear adoration. We came up with it during the breaks. What? I repeat, much sharper than I intended. Didn't I tell him to leave my sister out of this? Emily blinks at me, startled. Why? What's wrong? You're not supposed to, but before I can figure out how to tell her off without telling her everything, Caz's voice cuts through my thoughts. Eliza. He's holding his hand out to me, waiting, and for an embarrassing second, I think he's about to show me a secret handshake too, or even pull me into a hug. But then he gestures to the helmet on my head. Oh. Sorry. I fumble with the clasps, but my fingers are so numb from the cold that even after 3 tries, I still can't get the helmet off. Emily shoots Caz a pointed look. Well, aren't you going to help her? Isn't that what boyfriends are for? My skin heats. Oh, no, that's really not. No, she's right, Caz offers, stepping forward, amusement tugging at one corner of his lips. Already slipping into his model boyfriend role. I stay very still as he bends down so that we're at eye level, his cool, slender fingers finding the straps beneath my chin, our breaths pluming the frozen gray air between us, flecks of snow caught in his oil-black lashes. But it takes him too long, or maybe it's simply too quiet here, with the compound's paths empty save for the security guards, because my heart starts racing as though we ran all the way back home. And suddenly it's too real for me. His nearness, his gaze, his secret handshake with my little sister when they aren't even meant to know each other. I might have accepted that I can't help how I feel about him, that it might even be fine, so long as I never act on my feelings. But it's no longer just my heart at stake. It's Emily's too. I reel back so fast my hair catches on the clasp. I yank it off myself, ignoring the fresh sting of pain and Caz's surprise. Thanks for the ride, I babble, eager to escape. And for, all your help finding the bracelet. We should probably go home now. Home? Emily repeats. What about Caz? Can he come with us? Panic jolts through me. That's... Please? Pretty please? She asks, turning her puppy dog eyes on me. Damn it. The kid really knows what she's doing. We could introduce him to Ma, I bet she's going to love him too. And we could even watch his dramas together. Oh my God, how cool would that be? No. Absolutely not. But the words are stuck in my throat, and to my horror, a scene unfurls in my mind of everything Emily is describing, tinted a soft gold at the edges like a dream sequence. Caz greeting my mother in the kitchen and sitting down on our couch, his arm draped around me while we turn on the TV. To my surprise, Caz speaks up. I'd really love that, kid, but I actually have to head back to set this afternoon. Even though he's talking to Emily, his gaze is on me, a meaningful look in his eyes. He remembers, I realize. He remembers our conversation after the 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎𝐏𝐿 game, my worries, my warnings. Maybe another time, okay? Oh, Emily says, wilting. And even though I shouldn't, I feel an echo of disappointment too. Well, thanks again, I tell Caz, taking Emily's small, cold hand in mine and giving him an awkward wave with the other one. And, good luck with your shooting. Then, instead of lingering like I want to, I take Emily back home, realizing as I do that it's getting harder and harder to turn my back on Caz Song. Chapter 13. The days start speeding up the closer we get to the Lunar New Year holidays, as they tend to. More tedious classes pass. More tests, pointless homework assignments, lunches on the roof. More comments to wake up to, so many that I don't have time to reply to them all. Things with 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 have only gotten busier too. Now that I have a substantial following, Sarah's pretty insistent on giving the masses what they want, which, in this case, happens overwhelmingly to be more blog posts about Caz's job. Is that okay? I text Caz the next time he's away shooting, feeling is always that odd lurch, half anticipation and half guilt, that comes whenever my internship demands something from the two of us. Can I visit you on set? There's a pause before 3 small dots appear over the chat screen. Typing. Then they vanish. Appear again. At last, Caz sends back a message. Okay. But promise you won't laugh. Oh my God, I say as I step out of the car an hour later. I've never been to a proper drama set before, but it's almost exactly the way I pictured it, giant green screens propped up over the grass, blocking out patches of sky, camera crew and makeup artists dashing in and out of makeshift tents, and props like swords and gushings lying about everywhere, all left to freeze in the outdoor chill. I take a quick mental snapshot of the scene, already brainstorming ways to introduce the set in my post. They're in the middle of shooting a fight sequence, and my jaw practically unhinges when I spot Caz a few yards away. I almost don't recognize him. For one, he's wearing a robe. Not like a bathrobe kind of robe, but an actual, semi-historically accurate set of robes with dragons embroidered down the sides and broad, flowing sleeves. It looks like it's made out of real silk too. Every time he shifts position, the black fabric ripples and gleams under the sunlight. I can't stop staring. The outfit somehow has the effect of making him look taller, older, more intimidating, even though it's covering up most of his body. Then there's the hair, or, well, the wig. Half of it has been tied up and pinned into place with an elaborate crown, but the rest of it spills down his back in a river of shining ink. Again, a stocky, middle-aged woman who I assume is the director calls from behind the camera monitors. She makes an impatient motion with one hand. Caz, make sure you turn your head this way when the rest of her directions are lost on me in a blur of accented, rapid-fire Chinese. But Caz seems to get it right away. He gives her a thumbs-up motion and adjusts his position immediately, lifting the very real-looking sword in his hand with a look of unwavering focus. His jaw is tensed, his gaze sharp, his usual casual demeanor gone. 5 men dressed as assassins rush toward him, and he spins. Strikes. Ducks. His movements are lightning quick, strong. His blade slices through the air in perfect sync with the other actors, like some sort of violent dance, elegant and epic all at once. When he swings the sword again, 2 men fall. A triumphant grin flashes across his face. Oh my God, I repeat to myself, my voice kind of hoarse. Because even though I've found Caz Song attractive on a physical level for a while now, my biggest turn-on has always been competence. And as it appears, Caz is unbelievably competent at his job. He carries out the rest of his fight sequence with the same enviable degree of control and precision, his hands becoming blurs as he moves seamlessly between stances, and only when the director yells cut does he finally slow down. Lower his sword. His brow is damp with sweat and he's breathing a little fast. Strands of dark hair fall loose from their knot, but his whole face is aglow. Euphoric, even. He looks like he would gladly run through that last scene 20 more times. Then he sees me. Before I have time to compose my expression, the corner of his mouth tucks up in that crooked smile I secretly love so much, dimples and straight white teeth flashing. It's almost too much. I want to believe the smile is real, that it's meant only for me. But I just witnessed seconds ago how good he is at acting. You're really not laughing, he says as he draws closer, his robe swishing behind him. I'm surprised. Yes, well. There's nothing to laugh about, I say, aiming for casual and missing it by about 10,000 miles. I've forgotten how to talk like a normal person, it seems. Suddenly he leans in, a glint in his eyes. Wait, don't tell me. This. He gestures to himself, his costume, and I want to die. This works for you? No, but I can feel my cheeks flushing. Don't be ridiculous. I'm learning so much about you, Eliza. Oh my God. This is a significant moment in our relationship, he continues, barely managing to keep a straight face. Really? If I had known earlier that you were into this. I beg you to not finish that sentence. Thankfully, just as I'm contemplating moving to the Gobi Desert or someplace farther, someone shouts Caz's name in the distance. Come on, Caz says, holding his hand out. I'll show you around. I take it, knowing that it's all for show yet feeling my pulse race all the same, and he leads me across set. As we walk, I watch him straighten, his smile widen, easing into a different version of himself. He greets all the makeup artists and extras by name, laughing at jokes I swear he wouldn't usually find funny, and stops and poses with some of the supporting actors, his chin tipped up at the perfect angle, his hair carefully brushed. Farther ahead, he points out the equipment to me, explaining in detail how the props work and how certain scenes are shot and how the wires here are old and should have been replaced months ago but still hold up well enough for flying stunts. It's useful material, all things I can work into my blog post later, but I'm acutely aware that I'm not the only one watching him. Wherever we go, countless pairs of eyes follow, the weight and intensity of it all like a blazing spotlight. Directors, camera crew, the other members of the cast. I've always known in theory that Caz was under a lot of pressure, but it's another story to be here with him, to witness how hard he has to work just to make sure he doesn't slip up in front of all these people. I can't ruin that for him, a small voice whispers in my head. I can't complicate his already complicated career by revealing that I have a crush on him, knowing he can't possibly like me back. The best thing I can do to help him is to continue our arrangement without causing any unnecessary drama. We come to a stop at a set designed to look like the exterior of a palace, half blue screen and half completely realistic-looking, ornate stone pillars, where they're just wrapping up another scene. That's 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐭, Caz murmurs to me, pointing at one of the two actors standing before us. He's playing the young, orphaned general. Unfortunately, he swears an oath of brotherhood with 𝐒𝐘𝐽 over there. He motions to the other actor, who turns out to be the crown prince of the enemy realm, and his father's murderer. Tragic, I comment, which earns me a faint, familiar twitch of his lips. 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐭 looks 20 years old at most, but he has the kind of face that seems young no matter his age, with naturally crescent-shaped eyes and dimples that show even when he's not smiling. Next to him, 𝐒𝐘𝐽 seems to be his complete opposite in every way. He's around 19 or 20 years old too, but the somber expression carved into his features and the hard, rigid lines of his face look more suited for someone who's been alive for decades. He also looks strangely familiar, though I'm certain I've never met him before. As soon as the director calls cut, the two guys walk over to us. Well, 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐭 walks, 𝐒𝐘𝐽 kind of just follows, eyes down and poker-faced, dragging his heels the whole way. Well, the star himself has come to visit us, 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐭 sings in Chinese, doing that weird one-arm hug thing guys all know how to do. Then he beams at me. And he's brought the famous writer with him. 𝐒𝐘𝐽 merely nods in my direction. Come on, 𝐒𝐘𝐽. 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐭 turns to the other actor, nudging him once in the ribs. The first ever time Caz brings his girlfriend on set, and you're not even going to say hi? 𝐒𝐘𝐽's eyes widen briefly, flickering to the spot where 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐭's elbow bumped his shirt, and his ears redden. Then he scowls. Interesting. Hi, 𝐒𝐘𝐽 greets me, though there's a hard, wary note in his voice. Or am I only imagining it? Before I can figure him out, he glances past me at Caz, and they exchange some sort of look I can't quite parse. A reference to an old conversation I never witnessed. Caz shakes his head once, and 𝐒𝐘𝐽 clears his throat. Well, if you'll excuse me, he mumbles, and stalks off alone in the opposite direction. A long silence follows. It's definitely not my imagination, then. I venture. Did I do something to offend him, or? No, 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐭 says quickly, flashing me a sheepish grin. Don't worry about him. He's just naturally a bit skeptical of any relationship between actors like us and people from outside the industry. I frown. What? Why? Well, it's just a lot to handle, isn't it? 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐭 says, looking surprised I'd even have to ask. Beside me, Caz has gone very quiet, his jaw tensed. We're always out shooting, and our schedule's intense, and we're either getting too much or too little attention, and the fans can be lovely in some cases, and pretty extreme in others. And the thing about celebrities, you know, is that you're only ever getting a piece of them, often not even the biggest piece. Most people aren't satisfied with that. Oh. Now I remember where I'd last seen 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎's face, though it wasn't really his face, but his sister's. 𝐒𝐘 Lin, a well-known C-drama actress. There'd been a huge news story last year about her dating an accountant. The details are blurry now, but their breakup had been very messy, and very public. But don't worry, 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐭 repeats, his grin broadening. There are always exceptions to the rule, and whatever it is you guys are doing, it's clearly working. I force out a weak laugh, and a few beats too late, Caz joins in. Once Caz is finished shooting for the day, I find myself in a corner booth at a bubble tea shop with him and 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐭. Everything here has been painted in shades of teal and pink, and the chic interior decorations appear to have been chosen solely for the purpose of luring in wonghongs to take pretty pictures. It must be working. All the customers here are at well above standard levels of attractiveness, and a table of girls dressed in full designer clothes have been unabashedly ogling Caz ever since we walked in here. I try to ignore them and focus on mentally outlining my blog post for the day. Maybe I'll start by describing the costumes, their texture up close, how it feels to see your boyfriend moving around in historical robes. 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐭 heaves a loud sigh. I look up. This is maybe the 10th time he's sighed since his mango milk tea came, which was only 5 minutes and 2 giggling groups of wonghongs ago. Caz raises a brow. Something wrong? No. Okay, then. Caz shrugs and returns to staring at his drink menu. 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐭's mouth falls open, then snaps shut into a pout. Half a minute passes before he bursts out, fine, fine. If you really must know, I suppose I'll do you a favor and just come out with it, and if you ever tell anyone about this, I'll vehemently deny it, but I might need some relationship tips from you guys. Well, this is rare, Caz remarks, reclining comfortably in his seat. Historic, even. 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐭 glares at him. Just hear me out, okay? It's about, there's this person I've been interested in for some time and I see them around a lot. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎? Caz and I say at the same time. 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐭's face freezes in an expression of such genuine shock I almost feel bad for stating the obvious. His eyes dart from Caz to me to the other booths, which are all empty. How did you know? Everyone knows, Caz says with some exasperation. Literally everyone. The makeup artists, that delivery guy who came last Tuesday, our horse riding instructor, he pauses and jerks his head in the shop owner's direction, who must be 20 years older and has also been unabashedly ogling him. I'd bet my savings even she knows. It's probably the most public secret ever. Shit. Am I that obvious? 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎 is a lot worse, I reassure him. You actually seemed pretty chill when I saw you guys together. Wait. You mean, I didn't think it was physically possible for 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐭's eyes to grow any wider, but I guess I was wrong. You mean there's a chance it's not one-sided or? You're so oblivious, Caz says, though not unkindly. What did you want our help for, anyway? I ask before we can get sidetracked. 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐭 manages to get a grip on himself enough to answer. I wanted to tell him directly. Write a note or something. But all I have is this. He fumbles around in his pocket for a few seconds before tossing a crumpled piece of paper on the table between us. A letter. I hold it up to the window light. It's written in Chinese, the pen strokes pressed in so deep they're almost visible on the other side, but I can still read it because the only words there are. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎. Hi. Well, that's... I falter, searching for the right description as I set the letter back down. That's definitely something. It's shit, is what it is, Mingri grumbles. I have no idea what to write. Eliza's good at that, Caz says, and at first I don't even realize he's complimented me. Or maybe I'm giving him too much credit, and he's simply tossed all responsibility over to me. When I turn to him, he just smiles. Then the chair squeaks. Mingri actually stands up from his seat. Please. He gazes down at me with large, beseeching eyes, hands pressed together as if in prayer. Please help me. Like, I will actually pay you just for a few lines. And I've read that essay of yours, all I need is something a quarter as good as that, and I'll be set. I guess I could offer a few suggestions, I say slowly. It might not be personalized, since I don't know him that well, so just change the details accordingly, okay? He nods fast. Anything. Okay. So maybe, I pause. Avoid Caz's curious gaze, twisting my fingers together in my lap, where no one can see them. Maybe you can talk about how. I don't know, how his laughter sounds. If it's rougher in the mornings, or lower on the phone, or how he always tips his head back when he finds something funny. How you can only see his dimples when he smiles at something real. How you're jealous of everyone who loves him, who knew him before you did. And you probably didn't mean to fall for him. At all. You probably had a plan, precautions in place. Maybe you were at peace with your loneliness, but then he sort of barged into your life, uninvited, and you've been reeling ever since, angry at yourself. At him. Now all you can do is sit around and think, like a fool, about the pale, moonlit curve of his neck and measure out potential losses and the weight of his words and prepare remedies in advance for what you're certain will be the most devastating sort of heartbreak. But you continue to like him anyway. Stubbornly. Deliberately. And I trail off when I realize how long I've been talking, how much I've been saying. God, what am I saying? Heat rushes to my cheeks. I can barely bring myself to look up, but it'd be hard to ignore the way Mingri is staring at me, jaw hanging and eyes wide. And Caz. If Mingri's gaze is stunned, Caz's gaze is scorching. Searching. He's leaned forward in his seat, and the tender look on his face isn't something I've ever seen before. Then his lips part slightly, as if to speak. Oh God, I've screwed up. There's no way he doesn't know about my crush now. The kindness in his eyes is almost certainly pity. I'm about to get my heart broken by my fake boyfriend, right here in front of 5 girls who somehow all look similar to Angelababy, and I'm going to carry my humiliation to the grave. No, I have to undo this. With great effort, I let out a fake, falsetto laugh. Sorry, I don't know what I'm rambling about, it's mostly just dramatic, flowery bullshit. You know how writers can be. I make a point of looking directly at Caz when I say this, hoping he'll believe me. To my relief, the look is gone, replaced by something more guarded. Did any of it help, at least, or? Oh, yeah, for sure, Mingri says at once, nodding fast, scribbling something down on the paper. I mean, that was a lot of material. Thank you. I smile weakly. Glad I could help. Just one thing, though. Yeah. Mingri sighs, loud and heavy, and asks, do you think it'd be too crass if I also mentioned how much I like his ass? I blink. This time, I have nowhere to look but at Caz. But he's looking elsewhere, seemingly lost in thought. No. If that's how you truly feel. I do, he reassures me. Then yeah, go for it. I clear my throat. Right from the heart. Chapter 14. I'd planned to start writing out my blog post the instant I got home, but instead I end up collapsing onto my bed, my pillow hugged to my chest, reliving every embarrassing second of my little speech at the bubble tea shop. What had I been thinking? This is why I should never be left to improvise anything, ever. I'd basically confessed my feelings to Caz straight to his face. And the way he'd looked at me after, like he was trying to figure out the gentlest way to let me down. Sure, he'd still insisted on giving me a ride back, but we'd barely even talked on the way home. At the time, I'd attributed it to my own weird feelings, but now that I really think about it, he'd been quieter than usual too. Distant. Withdrawn. He didn't even smile at me when I got off. I groan and kick out so hard my blankets tumble to the floor. Just as I'm debating whether to ruin the dramatic moment by picking them back up, or risk a lecture from Ma by leaving them there, my phone buzzes. One new message from Caz. I swallow, my heart galloping in my chest. Oh my God, what if he wants to talk about that moment today? What if he asks me straight up how I really feel about him? What if he's texting to reject me? But when I unlock my phone, there's only the sentence. My parents want to meet you. Wait, legit? I type, then delete it. It sounds too eager. Like I actually want to meet them too. I pause, thinking hard, and try out, is this a joke? Then delete that as well. But by now a significant amount of time has lapsed since I've read his message, and he's probably watching me type and delete over and over again, which is worse than anything I could write. Panicking, I go with, and what did I do to deserve this great honor? And hit send. Then instantly regret it. I should have just gone with the first option. That was shorter, at least, and short is casual. Casual is good. It's possible that I'm overthinking this. They've wanted to meet you for some time now, he texts back moments later. Just haven't had the chance to because of work. But they should be home this Saturday, if you're free. I frown at the words. He makes it sound like his parents are rarely home at all. And that there's a chance they might cancel even now. Before I can reply, he adds, I know we said we wouldn't get our families involved, but mine can be persistent. I promise it's just a quick dinner to get them off my back about this. I'll owe you one. He's right. We shouldn't be getting our families involved. It's already bad enough that he and Emily know each other. But then I remember how he looked today, the sun in his hair, his lower lip chewed red. The terrible thing is that even though I keep embarrassing myself around him, keep putting myself at risk of getting hurt, part of me still wants to see him again. Fine, I type, feeling like I've failed a self-assigned test. But only this once. Of course, he replies quickly, and I can just imagine his triumphant little grin. You're the best. Whatever. It'll be okay, I reassure myself out loud, chucking my phone on the bed. I just need to charm my fake boyfriend's parents enough that they approve of me, but not so much that they'll actually care when we break up. Easy. Simple. What could possibly go wrong? So on Saturday, I wait outside Caz Song's door with a box of edible bird's nest in one hand and my heart in my throat. After checking my warped reflection in the shiny doorknob and confirming that there's nothing embarrassing on my face, other than my face, I draw in a shaky breath and knock. Coming. Footsteps, firm and swift. Then the door creaks opens, and I find myself staring up at Caz. He's in a light gray shirt that hugs his shoulders and Levi's jeans, and he's barefoot. Relaxed. A striped shower towel hangs around his neck, darker in the places where his wet hair has dripped water onto it. He stares back for a moment, and there's surprise in his eyes and something else. Hey, he says. You're early. Oh, sorry. I shift awkwardly between my feet. I was scared of getting here late. Is it a bad time or? He laughs at me. Why are you being so formal? I'm not, I lie, though I don't dare relax. I'll never forget that pitying look in his eyes back at the bubble tea shop, and I pray to God I'll never have to see it again. If he can act like everything is normal between us, I can too. I won't slip up a second time. I can't. His gaze goes to the bird's nest. The packaging is bright red, Spring Festival red, with fancy golden edges and an engraving of flying sparrows on the front. I bought it only after consulting about 20 different articles along the lines of the 10 best herbal gift packages to win over your boyfriend's mother. This is nice, he says. Thanks. It's what the article rec. I cut myself off. Clear my throat. Thanks, I repeat awkwardly. Smiling a little, he takes the box from me, and I do my best to ignore the light brush of his knuckles against mine, and the way he seems to notice it too, his body tensing for the briefest fraction of a second before he turns around. I can't help but stare as I follow Caz into his apartment. The whole setup reminds me of a museum, or one of those celebrity home tours where you know the celebrity doesn't actually live there half the time. It's too polished. Too extravagant. The walls of the wide corridor are lined with framed black and white photos and abstract art, the kind that look like someone accidentally spilled a paint bucket onto white canvas but probably sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars and represent the inherent unknowability of the human condition or something, and these gorgeous traditional Chinese landscape paintings, with red-crowned cranes and sloping mountains captured in rich, sweeping ink. Then there are all the antiques on display. Shiny bronzeware raised on tables and slender porcelain vases covered in these lovely floral patterns. There's even a replica, at least I think it's a replica, of a life-size terracotta warrior just propped up casually in one corner, like this is a totally normal choice of interior decoration. I have a sudden, horrifying vision of myself tripping on my own feet and knocking over the vases one by one like dominoes, and I instinctively move closer to Caz's side. So my father isn't here today. He tells me as we turn the corner, his voice impassive. The hospital called this morning and said they needed him there for an emergency operation. He wanted to pass along his apologies. Of course. That's totally understandable, I say quickly. And I mean, if he really wants to meet me, we could always just reschedule. Caz shakes his head. He gets, 2 days off a year. Soon the corridor opens up into a bright, high-ceilinged living room with huge windows, and a middle-aged woman waiting by the sofas. Caz's mom pretty much looks exactly how I imagined she would, only more stylish. Her straight, shoulder-length bob is dark against the dewy white of her skin, her thin eyebrows tattooed on. And even though she's standing in the middle of her own living room, she's wearing the kind of satin blouse and ironed pencil skirt that would suit an extravagant company brunch. I glance down at my own plain white shirt, suddenly afraid I've underdressed. Not that it matters. I shouldn't want to impress Caz's mother, who I'll only be seeing this one time in my life. But still. It's the principle of the thing. Oh, you must be Eliza, she greets me, walking up to us. How, I say politely, and for some reason, I decide to bow. It's lovely to meet you. Her pink-painted lips stretch into a wide smile. She has deep dimples, I notice, just like her son. Wah, I like your hair, she tells me with an envious kind of sigh. It's so black and straight. Beautiful. Oh. Thank you. I realize it's my turn to pay her a compliment now. An even better compliment than the one she just gave me. I really like your quick. Think of something, or else it'll sound fake. My eyes roam over the house, 1,000 frantic, half-formed thoughts firing through my brain at once. Do I compliment the decor? Is that a thing mothers like to hear? Or her makeup? Or would it be rude to draw attention to the fact that she's wearing makeup in the first place? Crap. I'm taking too long. Just say something. Anything. I love your nose. I wince, almost certain she's going to start admonishing Caz for bringing home a weirdo, but she looks genuinely delighted. You do? Her fingers flutter to her nose. I always worry that my nose bridge isn't high enough. No, it's perfect, I reassure her. Then, in a sudden burst of inspiration, I add, I can really see where your son got his good looks from. And I didn't think it was possible, but her smile grows even wider, into an expression of such pure motherly affection that I feel a brief pang behind my ribs. Before coming here, part of me had wished she would turn out to be mean and judgmental, one of those evil mothers-in-law from the C-dramas I always watch, someone I could stay wholly indifferent to and forget about the second I left the building. But now I can't help basking in her approval. Wanting more of it. How am I supposed to hide my feelings from Caz and convince his mom I care about him at the same time? You're very sweet, she says, then pats Caz's hair down with one hand. He immediately winces and ruffles it back into his usual messy style, and adds in a stage whisper, I don't think we should feed his ego anymore, though. He has enough people telling him how handsome he is every day. It's probably why he spends so long in front of the mirror before school. Caz claps his hands together. Raises his voice. How about we start preparing for dinner? But Caz's mother goes on like he hasn't spoken. You know what, I think he's grown even more image conscious in recent months. All that styling with his hair and the expensive skin cream, my God, I swear he uses more than I do. Mom, Caz says, louder, clearly trying and failing to keep his cool. Mom, that's really not, you're exaggerating. Well, this is very interesting to me, I tell her, ignoring him too. Skin cream, you say? She nods. And face masks. I've never seen a boy his age care so much about his appearance. Did you know, just last Tuesday, he insisted on missing a whole day of classes because he had a tiny blemish on his forehead. My eyebrows shoot up as I process this, then glance over at Caz's flushed face. He had told me he was busy shooting that day. Did he really? So ridiculous, right? Sometimes I worry people at school tease him for it. Oh, I don't think anyone at school knows this side of him, I say, marveling at how quickly Caz Song's carefree actor image is unraveling right before my eyes, and how panicked he looks because of it. It's so rare for him to be the one discomposed, self-conscious, that I can't help enjoying myself a little. Or a lot. Look, I'm starving, Caz tries again, making a sharp turn toward the living room. Can we start now? Please? I bite back a smile and walk after him. Your house is really tidy, I muse aloud as we pass the hall. It's always like this, Caz says hastily, at the same time that his mother says. Oh, yes, Caz spent ages cleaning up before you arrived. Wanted to make sure everything was nice and spotless. He's so thoughtful, isn't he? Yeah, I say despite myself, an unwanted rush of warmth filling my chest. He is. Caz doesn't look at me, but I notice the color creeping up the back of his neck all the way to his ears. And I realize I'm in far greater trouble than I'd prepared myself for. We enter the next room together, where Caz's mother has single-handedly set out a restaurant-standard feast. There are 2 plates of fish, pan-fried and braised, and shredded pork and crisp lotus and sweet yams dipped in melted sugar, and it's all so much that I offer to help right away. Still, while I set down the plates, I can't stop sneaking curious glances at Caz, watching him as he straightens the chairs, grabs a few spoons to share the main dishes, and wipes his hands fastidiously on a clean kitchen towel. By the time I'm seated, I've noted a dozen tiny new details, like how Caz helps his mother lift the heavier pots and pans, or how he's the only one in the household with his own designated mug, or how he tries to sneak all the vegetable dishes to the opposite end of the table, as far away from him as possible. The dinner goes far more smoothly than I expected. In my desperation, I prepared a few inoffensive conversation starters to help pass the hours, but Caz's mother ends up doing most of the talking, bragging and complaining about her son in turns, or bragging in the tones of making a complaint. The latter is a very refined, subtle art, one that most Asian parents seem to perfect by the time their children enter kindergarten. It's just so difficult for me, she laments as she sucks the meat off the fish tail. All these parents keep asking me, how is your son so brilliant? What's your secret? And I honestly don't know what to tell them, you know? He's always busy doing his own thing, and he just happens to be very good at it. How do I explain that? That does sound quite difficult, I say cooperatively, while Caz avoids my gaze, his shoulders stiff. It's a shame, though, she continues, jabbing her chopsticks at Caz. It'd be even better if he had the same talent in actually important subjects, like math or English, no? I always tell him, I always say, 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎𝐏𝐿, you can't expect to make a living off your looks and acting forever. You should prioritize your studies instead. But he never listens. Caz rubs his neck with ill-concealed agitation, the color in his cheeks spreading. Everything about him is unusually tense, though I seem to be the only one who notices. Well, he works very hard, I say slowly, unable to press down the surge of defensiveness inside me. And there are a lot of people who expect different things from him. I mean, I'm just impressed he's managed to juggle everything in the first place. Caz's mother looks at me with surprise. But just when she's about to say something, Caz leans forward hurriedly. Mom, were you going to eat the fish head? Because I think we should throw it away. What? In a flash, Caz's mother has scraped all the remains of the braised fish onto her plate, guarding it protectively with both chopsticks. Has water gotten into your brain? You 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎𝐏𝐿, she says. I recognize the term only because it's one of my mother's favorite insults too whenever she catches me wasting food or spending money on anything she deems unnecessary. The fish head is where the good stuff is, it is the essence. Caz breathes a small sigh of relief, and his diversion tactic does seem to work for a good 10 minutes. But when his mother has finished spitting out the fish bones, all of which are scarily clean, she dives right back into the topic. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎𝐏𝐿, how are those college essays coming along, by the way? You know how important they are. Have you finished them all? I could ask a colleague to read. They're good, he says, his expression working too hard to remain neutral. He's fidgeting with the hem of his shirt. They're done, actually. Really? Yeah. I managed to find help. We share a small, quiet look over the table, the moment burning inside me like a secret. Oh, that's great, his mother says earnestly, and turns to smile at me. He's always been so stubborn about letting others help him. It's kind of silly, really, why make things unnecessarily hard for yourself? It is silly, I agree. Caz clears his throat, his expression strained with discomfort. I just don't like inconveniencing people. His mother jabs her chopsticks at him again, but it's a gesture performed with exasperated affection. Sha 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎𝐏𝐿, what do you know? When you care about someone, you want to be inconvenienced, you wouldn't mind being inconvenienced by them every day for the rest of your life. That's what love is. That's all love really is. When everything's over, Caz and his mother both walk me down to the bottom of the apartment, despite my insistence that I can walk alone. There's a chill in the air but a crispness too, the sweet scent of grass and pine and night-blooming flowers. Of melted snow. It was really, really nice to meet you, Eliza, Caz's mother tells me, patting the back of my hand, her hair burning orange-brown under the compound's streetlights. You should come over more often. I'll try to, I say vaguely, avoiding any promises I can't keep. She beams. Pats my hand one last time. Oh, you must. After she's instructed Caz to walk me home like a proper gentleman, she waves at the both of us and disappears back into the building. And then it's just Caz and me. So, I say, all my awkwardness returning. You don't actually have to walk with me. I want to, Caz says, then, maybe catching the surprise on my face, pauses. I mean, I should. We walk in silence for a while through the dark, empty compound, our hands close but never touching, and I can tell that there's as much on his mind as there is on mine. Because the thing is that I should be happy right now, relieved it's all over, eager to drop the act and go home and never entertain another thought about his family again. But throughout the whole evening, I keep being reminded that these feelings simply aren't going away. Because this isn't just a silly, superficial crush anymore. It's more. It's worse. It's the realization that no matter how hard I try to protect myself, no matter how many barriers I build up and lines I draw between us, I am doomed to get my heart broken by Caz Song. It's only a matter of when and how badly. And maybe it's already happening. Ever since that moment in the bubble tea shop, he's been acting so distant. So different from his usual self. Maybe this is just his way of rejecting me. I don't even notice the pressure building in my throat, behind my eyes, until I sniff, and Caz freezes. Whoa. Wait. His gaze cuts to mine, black on brown, concern dancing over his features like light over water. Are you crying? No, I sniff, tilting my head back and blinking furiously at the empty, starless sky, trying to will the wetness in my eyes away. But something warm trickles down my cheek anyway, tracing a trail down to my jaw. Caz hesitates a second, opens his mouth and closes it again, then reaches out and brushes the tear aside with one gentle thumb. I snap my head down, stare at him, the tenderness of the gesture breaking open something inside me. I can't remember the last time I felt like this, thawed and vulnerable and exposed and wanting too much, my heart straining at maximum capacity. I can't remember the last time I cried like this either. Not out of anger, or humiliation, or frustration, but because of an unidentifiable ache deep in my chest. Sorry, I mumble, voice hoarse and stuffy with emotion. Now that I'm crying, I can't seem to stop. Caz doesn't say anything, he simply wipes away my tears as they fall. God, I can't believe this is so gross. Now he laughs, a soft sound that dissolves in the air between us. It's not funny, I say, even though I'm laughing a little too, my cheeks damp and my nose running, the sound rattling in my throat. I'm basically the definition of an emotional mess right now. Of course it isn't, Caz agrees. He wipes my cheeks again, then brings his other hand gently to the back of my head, consoling me as if I'm still just a kid. So what's wrong? Was being in my house really that awful? He says it like a joke, but I can see a trace of genuine worry in his features. No, I rush to say. No, your house was great, the terracotta warrior was a questionable choice of decoration. My father's choice. My mother and I hate it too. We keep trying to dispose of it when he's not around, but he always finds a way to bring it back. Your mother was also very nice, I tell him tearily. He raises his brows. You should have seen her stuffing the statue into an actual body bag. I snort out a laugh to spite myself, then continue. Everything is nice. But that's the problem. If this goes on, I might just die of guilt. But if this ends, I already have too much to grieve. Somehow, despite all my rules and reservations, I'm already in too deep, so far lost in the waves that sinking feels easier than swimming. Hey, Caz says softly, lowering himself onto a stone bench and pulling me to his side. Is this? He pauses. I watch him inhale, exhale. Is this too much for you? Do you want to stop? My heart drops, and the night seems to freeze around us. Do I want to stop? I should. The smart thing, the selfless thing, to do would be to call it off while I still can, while most of my heart is still intact. There are already too many people involved in this, Emily, his mother, all my readers and his fans. And of course he wouldn't have a problem calling it off. For him, it really is just another job, no different from any drama project he's taken up before. But as I gaze over at his face in the dark, The thought of letting him go now sends a spasm of physical pain through me. Because I know all too well how things will turn out after our arrangement is over. We'll go back to being strangers, and I'll be alone again, like I always am. I'll never get to talk to him, to be this close to him, even if it's just pretend. Because I'm selfish, and I want to live in this dream for as long as I can. And I know exactly how to ensure it happens. We can't stop, I hear myself say, the lie rising fully formed to my lips. How many lies have I told by now? Too many to count. But the only way I managed to rope Caz into this whole arrangement in the first place was by making it about his career. Now it's also the only way to keep him here. Because we still need to do an interview together. Caz draws back. An interview? I don't remember you mentioning it. I must have forgotten, I tell him, hoping he can't hear the waver in my breath. But it's with this huge media company, and I already promised Sarah Diaz we'd be available. It's not scheduled for until after the spring festival holidays, though, so if we can keep this up until then. I'm willing if you are, he says slowly. It's too dark to make out his expression, but I can feel his gaze on me. As if he's looking for something. But there's no other reason, beside the interview? I tense. The words are there, crowded in the back of my throat. I could tell him. Be honest for once in my life. Be brave. My heart starts drumming louder, so loud I'm certain he'll hear it. I breathe in. Tell him. But all that comes out is, of course not. Of course not, he repeats. For some reason, his voice is strained. Chapter 15. The last day before the holidays, Caz rocks up to English class looking how I feel most of the time. Like shit. I mean, he's still Caz Song, so his features are still aesthetically, geometrically pleasing, but there's a sickly pallor to his skin, a kind of exhausted, bleary look in his eyes. Even his footsteps seem heavy. You look kind of tired, I inform him when he plops his stuff down next to mine and slides into his usual seat. We're meant to be answering the reading questions for Pride and Prejudice, but what with the prospect of imminent freedom and the dreary winter weather, no one's actually working, including the teacher. Really? Because I slept very well last night, Caz says. His voice sounds different as well, raspier than usual and quieter. This is the kind of thing I doubt anybody else would notice, but ever since our conversation in the darkness of the compound, I've been hypersensitive around him, tuned into his every word and move, trying to decipher how he really feels about me. It's been a long week. You're not sick, are you? I ask. Impossible, he says firmly. I'm never sick. Unconvinced, I lean over and press my hand to his forehead, and almost gasp. His skin is burning. You're really hot. Instead of reacting with fear or alarm, like any ordinary person would, the corner of Caz's mouth tugs up. You just noticed? I pull back with a scowl. Don't be conceited. I obviously meant your temperature. It's way too hot to be normal. He waves my concerns away. I'm not sure if you know this, Eliza, he says dryly, but human skin is meant to be warm. Yeah, except your skin is literally burning up. He sighs. Turns and looks at me with such calm I want to scream. Maybe my skin is just always this way. Are you secretly a werewolf from Twilight, Caz? I snap. Because it's either that, or your body is in a state of rapid deterioration as we speak. His lips twitch again, but his voice is firmer, more serious, when he says, don't sound so certain. Touching my head with your hand isn't an accurate way to assess temperature anyway. Oh, well, sorry for not carrying a professional thermometer in my bag. It'd be more accurate, he continues, undeterred, if you were to press your forehead to mine. Then you could properly compare the temperatures. I stare at him. He stares back, a challenge in the sharp set of his jaw, the dark gleam of his eyes. He thinks this will be enough to get me off his back. He thinks I won't be able to do it. Whatever works, I say sweetly, relishing the flash of genuine surprise on his face before I wrap one hand around the nape of his neck and pull him forward. Our heads touch, and at once I can feel the intense heat rising from his skin, his parted lips, the flutter of his long lashes when he blinks. And then the most wildly inappropriate and unhelpful thought of all time pops into my brain. This is how it must feel to kiss Caz Song. I jerk back so fast I almost pull a neck muscle. So, Caz says after a pause. What's the diagnosis? You have a fever, I inform him, feeling somewhat feverish myself. Suddenly, I'm scared I went too far. What if he thinks I was trying to make a move? Or that I'd wanted to kiss him? Is it possible to detect these things? The shrill ring of the bell cuts through my thoughts. When I look up, flustered, Caz is already rising from his seat. Are you going to seek out medical attention? I ask hopefully. No, because I don't need it, he says, walking away before I can even protest, and I decide that I hate him. I will not talk to him, or question him again, or reach out to him. I couldn't care less if he lives or dies. Seriously. I mean it. The moment I get home from school, I text Caz. Hey, are you feeling slightly better? I stare at the message for a good 15 minutes after it's sent, as if I can somehow will it through the ether to wherever Caz is, but the little blue tick that indicates read doesn't show up. Whatever. He's probably sleeping. I slam my phone down and try to distract myself with a set of chemistry questions for homework. It doesn't work. At 3:52 p.m., cursing Caz Song's name under my breath, I message him again. Just checking to see if you're still alive. But that doesn't get a response either. My imagination starts to run wild with the very worst scenarios. Maybe he fainted on his way home, and no one was around to help him. Maybe his fever was actually a symptom of something far worse, like cancer, or some other chronic condition that only gives him a few more months to live. Maybe he's collapsed inside his own house. Maybe he's already dead. Logically, I know I might just be scaring myself for no reason. He might not even be that sick, it's not like I'm a doctor or anything. Maybe he isn't looking at his phone. Or maybe he just doesn't feel like texting me. But logic doesn't stop my stomach from tightening every time I check my phone. None of my messages have been read. At 4:15 p.m., I curl up in the corner of my room and stress send another string of texts. Hi, it's me again, sorry for the spam lol, but I'm low-key really worried about you. Are you at home right now? Then, realizing I've just admitted in a written word that I'm concerned about his well-being, I quickly add. Obviously it'd look really bad if my supposed BF just died of a fever one cold Friday afternoon like some 16th century Victorian housewife. I mean, if you're going to be in mortal peril, at least let it be because of a dramatic horse riding accident or something. More time passes without any response. I force myself to help Emily with her English homework and chop up scallions for dinner and outline a new blog post, all the while feeling my brain slowly disintegrating from stress. But I'm not just worried anymore, I'm pissed off. Angry that I'm starting the spring festival holidays checking my phone at 2-minute intervals because I can't stop thinking about a guy. Angry that even after all this time, he's still too obsessed with putting up a front to ask for help when he needs it. Angry that I've already given him my heart and my trust, only for him to pull away time and time again. Angry that I even care so much. When 5 p.m. rolls around, I fire one final message of warning to Caz. Okay. Look, Caz Song. If you don't reply within the next 10 minutes, I swear I'm going to personally write a 200,000-word enemies to lovers fanfic about you in a cactus and post it online, and it will go viral. 10 minutes later, I grab my coat and march out the door. Even though the sun has already disappeared below the horizon, leaving the air comfortably cool, I'm sweating by the time I arrive outside Caz's apartment. I knock on the door and wait for ages, more sweat trickling from my hairline and beading over my lips. No one answers, but I can hear it, the shuffle of movement. A faint cough. He's inside. So of course, I do what any composed, rational, completely nonchalant person would do. I bang both fists against the door and start yelling loud enough to be heard from the next building. Caz. Caz? Caz Song. I know you're in there. Open the door or else I swear. Without warning, the door swings open, and I almost fall headfirst into Caz's chest. At the last second, I grab the doorframe to steady myself. I casually brush my hair to the side as if this is the accepted, normal way to show up at somebody's doorstep when they've been ignoring your texts. Jesus, Caz says, taking me in. Eliza. What are you? Are you okay? I interrupt, then immediately feel like an idiot. He's obviously not okay. He looks even weaker than he did at school, his complexion ghostly pale, his eyes pitch black and feverish. He's also in what appears to be his pajamas, a graphic long-sleeve shirt promoting one of his old dramas and boxer shorts, which is how I know for certain that something's wrong. Under normal circumstances, Caz wouldn't be caught dead in an outfit like this. He seems to realize how he looks at the same time I do, because he suddenly backs away and starts closing the door again. Sorry, it's really not a good time right now. I grab the handle before he can shut me out. What? You can't be serious. But he doesn't let go, and for a few absurd seconds, the two of us just stand there, teeth gritted, wrestling the door back and forth between us. It's a testament to how weak he must be feeling that it's actually a pretty even match. Oh my God, Caz, I huff out, my knuckles white around the handle. Just let me in. No. What's your deal? You're sick and you need help. I do not need help. He says it so vehemently my grip almost falters for a second. I almost turn away. I don't have to be here, of course. Whatever this is lies well beyond the realms of our arrangement. But God help me, I care way too much about the stubborn boy on the other side of the door to go. Caz. Don't be so unreasonable. I'm not. I just think I appreciate you coming over here to check on me and all, but I really think you should leave. There's a raw edge to his voice, frustration or even anger, though I can't tell if it's directed more at me or himself. I don't want you to see me like this. An incredulous laugh bursts through my lips. This is not the time to be vain. I couldn't care less if you're in your pajamas. It's not just that. Nobody ever sees me this way. What way? Through the narrow sliver in the doorway, I catch a glimpse of his face. The trace of insecurity there. The shadows under his eyes. Caz is the most image-conscious person I know, and he's a wreck. Come on, I say, pulling harder. Think of it as doing me a favor. If you don't let me in, and you end up dying, I'll be the one facing charges for negligence as the last person to have seen you. The rest of my life will be ruined. He rolls his eyes, but I feel the door go slightly slack on his end. Okay, that's definitely not how that works. I'll be consumed by guilt, I go on as if he hasn't spoken. The police will ask me, how could you just leave him there? And I'll have to explain, I didn't want to, but he basically shut the door in my face. His mouth tightens. Fine. But I want to make it clear that you're here by your own choice. I don't need help or whatever. I'm completely okay. The words have barely left his lips when he dissolves into a violent coughing fit. I try not to laugh at him as I follow him into the house. At first, I think the situation might not be as bad as I feared. He's walking well enough on his own, his back turned toward me, his every step stiff but deliberate, his shoulders thrown back as if he's in the middle of shooting a scene. He even makes a point of checking his hair in the hallway mirror. But before he's made it into the next room, he sways on his feet and doubles over right afterward, one hand gripping the closest table for support. His breathing uneven, his knuckles bone white. My heart lurches. Yes, I can definitely see how okay you are, I mutter as I step forward and place one arm around him, trying to hold him up. His weight shifts onto me, and I nearly stumble under it. You're a lot heavier than you look. It's all muscle, he protests even as he's struggling to stand up. God, he's ridiculous. We manage to cross the corridor and enter the living room together, slowly, clumsily, like a pair from one of those three-legged races. But we manage it all the same. As I lower Caz onto the closest couch, one hand rested protectively around the back of his neck, the other around his waist, I scan the room. It's messier than it was when I visited 2 weeks ago, with jackets strewn over the pillows and annotated scripts lying open on the coffee table, but there's no sign of his parents. Not even a scarf, or an extra pair of slippers. They're both on business trips, Caz says, reading my mind. A medical conference in Shanghai. Left a few days ago. Oh. This does answer what I was wondering earlier, but for some reason, I find myself still searching the tables, the marble high counter, even the carpeted floor, as if something else is missing. And then it hits me. Isn't there any water around here? He stiffens, confusion flashing over his face. Sorry, did you want a drink? I'll get you some. And he actually makes to get up from the couch. No, that's not what I mean, I rush to say, pushing him back down. He complies, but I can feel the tension in his arms, the rigidity of his frame. I meant, haven't you had any water since you got home? Or, like, medicine? He gives a slight, defensive shake of his head. Looks away. Well, have you had dinner, at least? Dinner, he repeats, like it's a foreign word. Does chewing gum count? He must see my expression, because he glowers back, though he looks so weak, it's closer to a sulk. Okay, it's really not that big a deal. And even though I know he's sick and I'm meant to be extra patient and caring and all that, I throw my hands up in frustration. I honestly don't know how you've managed to stay alive these past 17 years. Like, do you just not eat or take care of yourself in any way whatsoever and just pray that your body will miraculously pull through enough to? I stop abruptly when I see him smiling. My hands drop back down. I'm sorry, is there something funny about this? No, he says, but the corners of his lips tug higher, and I can't tell if he's mocking me or not. Nothing. I glare at him. Tell me. I don't. Tell me. Fine. It's just cute that you're so concerned, that's all, he says with a shrug. I open my mouth, then snap it shut. For a moment, I'm rendered genuinely speechless. I'm not concerned, I finally force out, folding my arms tight across my chest. I'm irritated. And horrified by your total disregard for your own health. His smile widens. Clearly. I twist around, determined to ignore that smile. I've observed Caz Song long enough by now to know that he dials up his charms whenever he feels uncomfortable or at risk of being vulnerable. He'd flirt with a teaspoon if the situation called for it. I'm going to make some food, I announce, heading for the kitchen. You just stay here and, I don't know. Rest. Try not to die. I'll try my best, he promises, mock solemn. One of the more useful skills I've picked up from all the moving around is the ability to navigate pretty much any unfamiliar space. Even though I've only been to Caz's place once before, and I've never set foot in his kitchen, it takes me less than a minute to figure out where all the pans and cutlery and ingredients are. Another minute to fill up a pot of water, turn the stove on, and start rinsing a cup of white rice. Then I open his fridge, blinking into the white-blue artificial light. There's an alarming shortage of fresh vegetables and meat inside. A half-opened packet of Yakult and that popular 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐭 herbal drink Ma loves. 3 canned lychees, 2 yogurts. An almost empty jar of extra mild 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎𝐏𝐿 sauce, some withered spring onions, and a few bottles of fish sauce. Hardly enough to scrape together a meal. Are you judging the contents of my refrigerator? Caz calls from behind me. The couch is lined up with the kitchen entrance so that he has a fairly clear view of everything I'm doing. Yes. Very much so, I reply, and glance back at him. Is it always this empty? He lifts a shoulder. Depends. On? How many people are at home? If it's just me. I can guess at what he was about to say. If it's just him, there's no point in cooking or trying very hard at any of this domestic stuff. And judging from everything I know about him and his career and his family, it's probably just him quite often. I'm fine with it, he says abruptly, like he can maybe sense the conclusion I'm drawing on my own. I mean, my mother's home often enough, and my father, he's literally busy saving lives. What kind of asshole would I be if I resented that? I don't think it'd make you an asshole, I tell him, picking my words with care. I think it'd just make you someone's son. The emotion that crosses his face then, it's not something I can begin to put into words. But it makes my heart hurt. My attention is pulled by the sudden, violent boiling of water. I lift the pot lid before the water has a chance to spill over, and pour the white rice inside, stirring it a few times. I thought you couldn't cook, Caz says. I roll my eyes. I can't bake, but I've been cooking for my family since I was 9. I'm pretty sure I can handle this. Since you were 9? There's a curious edge to his tone, like he genuinely wants to know. I hesitate. This isn't the sort of thing I'd usually talk about, not even with Zoe, but he still looks so uncomfortable just lying there, so frustrated with himself, that I figure it can't hurt to distract him. Well, yeah. My mom was always too busy with work or away on a business trip to worry about dinner, and my dad's work schedule was too irregular to allow him to cook at the same time every day, so I guess I kind of just naturally took over. I stir the pot again. I don't know. The cooking itself has never really interested me, but I liked feeling like I was making a contribution to the family, you know? Proving I could help out in my own way. Soon, I have the porridge cooking and a bowl of pork floss and scallions prepared to sprinkle on top. When I turn around to check if Caz has fallen asleep, he's watching me, his black gaze inexpressibly soft. Serious. It makes me nervous. What are you staring at? I ask, trying to sound casual despite the heat rushing to my cheeks. He tilts his head, but the intensity of his gaze doesn't waver. Nothing. When the porridge is ready, I bring it over to Caz on a fancy tray, crouching down beside him as he sits up carefully, his back resting against the couch cushions. You can drink it yourself, right? I ask, holding the bowl and spoon out to him. He somehow has the energy to roll his eyes at me. Don't worry, Eliza, I wasn't going to ask you to feed me. Wasn't expecting you to, I mumble, but now I'm wondering if that's what I should have offered. No, I decide. He's running a fever, he hasn't lost feeling in his limbs. Thank you, by the way, Caz says as he takes the porridge from me, the white steam unfurling between us. For all this. He clears his throat. I haven't. No one's really taken care of me like this in a long time. So, thank you. There's a better way to say thank you, you know, I tell him, hoping to keep things light. To hide the warm, exquisite ache blooming inside me, the forbidden impulse to set the porridge bowl back down and wrap my arms tight around him, hold him, have him hold me too. To offer him the whole world, protect him from everything that could potentially hurt him. Just 3 little words. He stills for a moment, confusion rippling over his features, before he catches on. Huffs out a sigh. I don't. Come on. You know what they are. Eliza. Caz. Okay, fine. A beat. His eyes lock on mine, a stubborn muscle twitching in his jaw, and the next 3 words that leave his mouth sound pried out, strained. You were right. I feel my lips split into a broad grin, savoring the small victory, the look of resignation on his face. In that case, you're very welcome. He pauses. Then adds, and I'm also sorry, by the way. I look at him in surprise. About what? I don't know. Things have just been a bit weird between us recently, and he looks like he's going to say something else, and my heart lurches, but then he stops himself. But we're cool now, yeah. I swallow. Smile. Try not to dwell too hard on what he means. If I was the one who made things weird in the first place, if he's still thinking about that day in the milk tea store, or maybe my embarrassing breakdown below his apartment. Yeah. Of course. Later, he finishes his dinner and compliments my cooking. It really is much better than the cake, and I stay by his side until he falls asleep. Until the moon rises higher in the night sky. And long after that. As I look at him, so unguarded in sleep, I get this odd feeling in my chest, a kind of twisting sensation, tender as a fresh sore, sharp as the sting of tears. Overwhelmingly so. Like my heart is trying to climb up my throat. I lurch backward. Caz's eyes flutter open, his gaze focusing on me, night black and intent. I feel a little shaky under the weight of it. Where are you going? He asks. To, My voice is failing. To clean up. Stay, he whispers, the word falling so fast from his lips it could be instinct, a slip of the tongue, a mistake. He looks almost surprised himself, almost shy, though he doesn't take it back. Doesn't run away, the way I would. And it's only when I see the tense, rolling motion in his throat that I realize just how hard it is for him to be witnessed in his current raw, weakened state. To ask for anything from anyone. It makes me want to be braver too, to offer him something in return. Something real, for once. Okay. Slowly, I kneel back down by the couch. It's so quiet in the room that I can hear my every staggered breath, the low creak of the floorboards as I shift my weight. Everything is shifting. Tilting. Careening wildly off course, and I'm not sure how to make it stop, or if that's what I even want. Okay. But on one condition. What? He asks, instantly wary. If you ever feel sick again, or hurt, or injured, or weak, you have to tell me. Don't just keep it to yourself and act tough. He starts to protest, but I continue over him, knowing I'm probably crossing some invisible line but not caring. Because no matter what happens, we're friends now, right? I want to be the person you know you can turn to. The place where you feel safe. I want you to feel like you can just be human in front of me. Like you don't have to always show your best side. Okay? I add when he opens his mouth to argue again. Promise me. He swallows, hard. Sees something in my face, resolve, maybe, or all the worry I've been trying desperately to conceal, that makes him nod. Fine. Fine, I repeat, letting out a quiet breath of relief. Good. A small smile curves my lips. Great. And then, since I've crossed the forbidden line already, I reach over impulsively and stroke his hair gently, with one hand. It's soft. Even softer than I expected. Caz's eyes fall closed again, but not in a tired way, on the contrary, all the muscles in his body seem suddenly tensed. He only seems to relax when I scoot forward, bring my hand lower down to his arm, and tell him what I've wanted someone to say to me for as long as I can remember. What I'm still waiting for someone to say. I'm not going anywhere. I promise. Chapter 16. After years of celebrating the Lunar Festival in places that focus mostly on Christmas and New Year's, it's nice to finally get an actual public holiday for it. The 2-week break is a blessing in more ways than one. Whatever changed between Caz and me that evening in his apartment, and something did change, I felt it down to my toes on my way home, is put on hold while Caz leaves for 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐭 for the whole length of the holiday. I managed to polish up my first batch of college applications just in time for the approaching deadlines. And Mom manages to organize a long overdue family reunion at a seafood restaurant. Turns out that getting over 60 family members together in the same place at the same time is, in Ma's words, a logistical nightmare. As soon as we enter through the restaurant's lantern-lit double doors, we're greeted by an open display of fish tanks, crayfish scuttling across the glass and barramundi swimming through the murky waters. I stare at them for a few moments, at their gaping mouths and blank black stares, then tear my eyes away. Knowing how these types of places work, one of them will end up on my plate pretty soon. Better not to get too attached. A cheery, baby-faced waitress leads us toward a massive private room at the far end of the restaurant, where we hear our relatives long before we see them. My stomach flutters with nerves. I can only pray my mediocre Chinese skills pull through. And then it begins. It feels like some elaborate, extended family version of a meet and greet. Ma, Ba, Emily, and I line up on one side of the room, our backs to the floral folding screens, bright smiles arranged on our faces, while our relatives come up one by one to pinch our cheeks and offer gifts, bags of fresh red dates and apricots from their own gardens, and expensive calligraphy sets to help us get back in touch with our culture. Fat red packets are shoved into our hands, despite Ma's polite protests that we're too old for Chinese New Year money, and many unnecessary, supposedly well-intentioned comments about my weight are made. There are the sharp-eyed, hard-to-impress uncles asking about my grades and the gossiping aunts who I can distinguish only by the size of their perms. Then there are the relatives I don't know how to address, if it's something or something Lolo, or if they're actually our much older cousins, so Emily and I end up sneaking glances at our phones to search for the right names. It's all very loud and overwhelming and chaotic, and I've missed this. The energy in the air and the warm press of laughter from all sides. The strange sensation of looking out into a crowded room and recognizing variations of my mother's smile, my sister's eyes. Our Lao, Ma's mom, is the last person to come greet us, and people part for her the way you would for the queen. There is something regal about her, even in her late 60s, the hard creases of her face, the steely look in her eyes. The history there. She's wearing the same faded purple blouse she wore in one of the few photos of us together, and her silver-streaked hair has been pinned up in an elegant bun. Lao how, I say dutifully when she stops before me. Without a word, she pulls me into a fierce, bone-crushing hug, enveloping me with the sweet scent of herbs and jasmine tea and some kind of laundry powder. I awkwardly pat the back of her shirt, unsure how else to reciprocate. "I'm so glad you came home," she whispers, her breath warm on my skin, her calloused grip tight around my shoulders, as if she's scared I'll vanish the second she lets go. When she does let go a few moments later, I'm alarmed to see that her eyes are rimmed red. Yet even more alarming is the faint burning sensation behind my own eyes. I blink hard and pull my lips into a broad smile. "Of course we came home," I tell her in my clumsy, childish Mandarin. "You're here." She smiles back at me with so much love that it feels like a tangible weight before moving on to Emily. But I remain rooted to the spot, thinking about family, about home. Around 5 years ago, at a school I can barely remember the name of anymore, our English teacher had asked us to write an essay on the topic of home. Everyone else knew immediately what to write: their childhood house in Ohio, their family farm in Texas, the city they'd lived in their entire lives. Simple. Only I had balked at the idea. Then, like a complete idiot, I'd actually raised my concerns with the teacher in front of all my classmates. What if we don't really know where home is? Or what if we don't have one? I'd asked. A few people laughed, as if I was being funny or difficult on purpose. The teacher just stared at me for a beat. "Don't be ridiculous," he said. "Everyone has a home." I tried to explain what I meant, but by then, the teacher had lost his patience. He said I was lazy, that I was trying to get out of a straightforward assignment by making up non-existent problems. He didn't understand, none of the other people in my class seemed to either. They hadn't spent half their childhood attending family gatherings and eating Peking duck rolls and flying kites in Beihai Park, only to be whisked away to a country where they couldn't speak the language, couldn't even spell their own name. They hadn't learned to ride a bike on the wide, sun-baked roads of New Zealand, only to have to sell that bike 2 months later when they moved to Singapore. They hadn't spent their 10th birthday on a plane, and their 11th birthday crying in the bathroom in England, because they didn't know anybody there and some kid in their new class had made fun of their accent. Home for them was one piece, one place, not something scattered all around the globe, fragmented into something barely recognizable. This was what I ended up writing about for my essay, but the teacher had given it back to me, unmarked. Said I didn't understand the point of the assignment. Asked me to do it again. So the second time around, I made a story up. I chose one of the cities I'd lived in at random and wrote a bunch of bullshit about how I belonged there. In return, I got an A+, and the comment, "That wasn't so hard, was it?" But as I gaze out at the room now, I wonder if maybe the answer to that assignment was as simple as this. Right here. Thinking of all those rooms I walked through at 8, 10, 14 years old and all the people I met in them, if maybe I left a piece of myself in them and took a piece of them with me too, isn't that what homes are made of? A collection of the things that shape you? My heart feels a little lighter as I take my seat between second aunt, the one with the biggest perm, and third aunt, waiting for the dishes to come. So far there are only prawn crackers and salted peanuts spread out over the red tablecloth. I'm telling you, they would be so cute together, second aunt is saying as she picks up one peanut after another using only her chopsticks. I wouldn't be surprised if they were also dating in real life. It's common with actors, you know. Like Tang Yan and Luo Jin. Or Zhao Yaoding and Gao Yuan. All that time together on set, something's bound to happen. Yes, and they're both very good looking, third aunt agrees. Their children would be beautiful, I can just imagine it. I chew quietly on a prawn cracker and let them gossip in the background. But then second aunt says, "That Caz Song really is good looking, isn't he? His costume designer in The Legend of Fian must have loved him too. I've never seen someone pull off an ancient costume so well." And I almost choke on my cracker. Oh my God. They're talking about Caz. Not just Caz, but him and his former co-star, Angela Faye. The actress who was literally voted one of the most stunning women alive last year. Even though I know they aren't together, a sharp taste fills my mouth. I stop eating. Across the table, Emily opens her mouth, probably to announce to the entire table who Caz is really dating. I shoot her a quick warning look. Luckily, our sister telepathy is as strong as ever, because she pauses and snaps her mouth shut again. Neither of my aunts notices. No, hang on. I'm pretty sure I heard somewhere that Caz is already in a relationship. With a Surin, no less, second aunt says, her gold and jade bracelets jangling together as she shakes her head. Surin, non-celebrity. She says it the way a noblewoman would say the word peasant. Third aunt's brows rise. A Surin? Seriously? When he could have had Angela Faye? Maybe she's even prettier than Angela, second aunt says, in a tone like she highly doubts it. Or maybe she has a good personality. Third aunt snorts. Who are you kidding? Young people these days don't date based on personality. Especially not when you're as popular as Caz Song. Then she swivels her head toward me. What do you think, I? Ha. I manage. It's a miracle I can find the strength to speak at all. You've been listening, haven't you? She says, waving a hand in the air. Can you think of any good reason why a super attractive, wealthy actor near the peak of his career would choose some random girl over his gorgeous co-star? No, I say, swallowing hard, a stone lodged in my gut. No. I really can't. I'm lying in bed that night, still wallowing in self-pity from my aunt's conversation earlier, when Caz calls me for the first time. Hello? I say, pressing the phone between my cheek and pillow. This is Eliza. Did you call the wrong number or something? I hear him laugh then, the low sound washing over the speaker like a tide off the shore, and despite myself, I flush. There's something strangely intimate about calling someone in the dark. It's like listening to your favorite song in the middle of a crowded subway. The world narrows down to just you and this voice in your ear, while everyone else around you goes about their lives, completely oblivious. It feels sacred. Like a secret. I know it's you, Eliza, he says simply. I just wanted to talk to you. Oh, I say. Yeah. He pauses, and there's a faint rustling sound, the brief creak of springs, like he's sitting down somewhere. Are you busy now, or? No, I tell him, because it appears I've forgotten how to have a normal conversation consisting of more than one syllable. Then again, I've never had a boy call me at night before, not unless it was for a group project. You? I'm back in the hotel, he replies. We just finished shooting a pretty big scene today. There's a distinct pause. A kiss scene, actually. Oh, I say again. I don't know why he's telling me this, or how the hell I'm meant to respond, or how to block the image out from my brain. Caz kissing someone else, someone beautiful, with long legs and shiny hair and perfect skin. Someone like 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐿. That's nice. Congrats. I wanted to tell you. Maybe it's because of the static from the speaker or the reception on his end, but he sounds almost nervous. I mean, I feel like I should. What? The kiss scene, he says slowly, with meaning, and I kind of wish he'd stop saying that word, because it's inviting all sorts of confusing, forbidden thoughts about him into my head. We had to do 5 different takes, and it was long, and my hands were on her waist, but there wasn't tongue or anything. And our clothes were on. Fully. I am so confused right now. He makes a small, frustrated noise. Do you seriously not understand what I'm saying? No, I tell him, frustrated too, heat spreading fast over my body, my face. All I can hear is you describing yourself kissing someone in very rich detail. Which is just lovely, again, really happy for you, but... You're not jealous? Of course I am, I want to say. I want to hang up the phone and go find him in person and shake him. I'm so jealous it's embarrassing. It makes me sick, even though I don't really have a right to be jealous in the first place. There's nothing in our agreement that forbids him from kissing other people. Especially considering how it's part of his job. But maybe, after that night at his place, I've accidentally let something slip again. Maybe he's regretting it, opening up to me even a little, or he's worried I've taken it the wrong way, that I think I have some claim on him now. Maybe that's why he's asking. Of course I'm not jealous, I tell him, and even manage a little laugh as my nails curl into my sheets. Why would I be? Okay, good. A pause. If you're sure. I am sure. Very. Okay, he repeats slowly. I pull the phone away from my ear for a second, stare at it, then bring it back. What even is this conversation? Why am I doing this to myself? Why do I feel like I have whiplash every time I talk to him? Okay, I say too, after a pause. Well, this was fun. If you were just calling to confirm that. Bye. I guess. Sure, comes his eventual reply. I wish I could see him, his expression. Wish I could figure out what he's thinking. Bye, then. I hang up first, chucking my phone across the bed and burying my head beneath my pillow with a groan. What the hell, I mutter out loud, still half convinced Caz had called me by mistake. And even if he hadn't, there's no way he would want to call me again after this. But as always, Caz Song manages to surprise me. Because he does call me again the next night, at roughly the same time, and the night after that, and after that. I don't know if it's as a fake boyfriend, to continue our chemistry training sessions while he's away, or as a friend, which I guess is what we are now. I'm too scared to ask. Too scared to ruin another good thing. At first, the conversations are more awkward than not, at least on my part, and limited to your typical, polite topics. What did you do today? How was shooting? Did you see this person's latest post? Yet the calls get longer and longer, passing the 1-hour mark and continuing until the streets outside are perfectly quiet and I can only hear my own breathing in the night. Soon, they become a habit. Sometimes we talk until my phone runs out of battery. Sometimes I fall asleep with his voice in my ear. Without meaning to, I start telling him stories about my life overseas. Stories I've never told anyone else before, that I've kept locked up inside me for so long they feel more like a scene from an old film I once watched than something that actually happened to me. I tell him about the last dinner we had with family before we left Beijing, how my Lao had cried and I didn't understand why. I tell him about the classmates I hated, the teachers I loved, if only because they were understanding when I wore the wrong uniform or got lost around campus. And in exchange, he tells me the things he leaves out of interviews. Like how he secretly searches his own name online every day and very occasionally reads fanfiction about himself. How he hates heights, and is afraid of the dark. How he knows exactly what he dislikes, but doesn't always know what he wants. Is that why you're planning to go along with the colleges your mother picked out for you? I can't help asking. A pause. What do you mean? Come on, Caz, I say quietly, staring up at the ceiling and wondering how the ceiling looks from his hotel room. It's probably fancier, taller, chandeliers glittering everywhere. I was there when I wrote those college essays with you, remember? You couldn't tell me a single thing you were looking forward to, I had to make it up for you. But when you talk about acting, you're like a different person. You love it. And you're good at it. It's more complicated than that, he protests. My mother seemed fairly reasonable. Maybe it'll take some convincing, but if you really tried to talk to her. But that's the problem. He swallows, and I imagine him tugging his hair, pacing the room in circles the way he did that day outside the parent-teacher interviews. If this were just about discipline or making me miserable, I wouldn't feel bad doing whatever I wanted, you know? Except she's not like that. She's just trying to look out for me, help secure a good, stable future, and sometimes, a lot of the time, I think she has a point. Because I have so many friends who wanted to be actors, but never landed a major role, or who worked their asses off and landed the role but completely failed to break out and, I mean, I love acting, but it's hard and unpredictable. And besides, how can I even be sure this is what I want to do for the rest of my life? I've only lived, like, a quarter of my life so far. What if I turn down an offer from a great college now only to realize in 2 years that I'm not interested in acting anymore? What then? He stops talking abruptly, his breathing louder than normal, as if he's been running the whole time he was delivering his monologue. Caz Song isn't only good at hiding physical pain. He's good at hiding the emotional stuff too. Just from looking at him, seeing the way he acts at school, I'd never guess he thought so much about the things he's just said. Just consider it, I tell him when his breathing has slowed. Okay? Okay, he says reluctantly, after a beat. Okay, I'll think about it. Oh, and Caz? Yeah. Thank you for keeping your promise. I clear my throat, hating how awkward I sound. From that night at your place. I know it's hard for you to talk about all this, but I'm glad you did. It's no big deal, he says, though I can tell it is. Then he pauses. In a voice so soft I barely hear it, he adds, the same for you. My heart stutters. What? That thing about being there for me. I want to be that for you too. I close my eyes against the words. Of course they're nice to hear. Of course. But this is Caz Song we're talking about. He's uttered 1,000 romantic lines just like this on screen, all with seeming sincerity. I can't trust him to actually mean them, can't delude myself into thinking he might reciprocate my feelings, when nobody's ever fallen for me before. When he's Caz the rising star, and I'm me. Still, after we hang up, it takes me forever to fall asleep. I'm so used to seeing Caz's name flashing over my screen that when my phone buzzes on Saturday evening, I pick up without looking. Did you finally get to kill the general today? I ask, referring to the scene he'd last told me he was preparing for. An unexpected benefit of fake dating a C-drama actor, you get a bunch of spoilers for yet-to-be-released dramas. There's a long silence. Then Zoe's voice drifts through the line, confused and oddly distant. Or maybe the connection's just not great today. What? Oh. I jerk upright on my bed, pushing away the interview notes I'd been looking through earlier for that Beijing media company. For some reason, my muscles tense, as if bracing for something. Oh, sorry. I thought you were someone else. Hi. Who did you think I was? She asks. When I don't reply right away, she answers for herself, Caz. I make a small, vague sound of assent. So you guys are still doing the thing, huh? Again, there's that weird edge to her voice. What thing? The whole dating facade. Well, yeah, I say, my whole body going rigid now, defensiveness hardening my tone. And then a long, awkward beat passes where we both wait for the other person to say more. I can't remember when it started being like this, when we weren't shouting over each other to talk about everything even when nothing had happened. But we've been busy before, back when I was still in America, and it wasn't this bad. It's happening, I think, and as soon as I have the thought, it becomes a permanent stain, seeping through everything and coloring every memory a rotten gray. The changed playlist name. The shortened calls. The unanswered texts. The forgotten bracelet. Just like all my best friends from the past. June from London. Eva from Singapore. Lisa from New Zealand. In the end, it's all just the same. We're drifting apart. No, we've drifted apart. Whatever is happening now is the aftermath. My heart seizes in silent despair, but Zoe speaks up again, oblivious to it all. What are you planning to do about it? Do about it? I repeat, unable to shake the feeling that I've lost thread of this conversation. Well, I mean, you can't just keep lying to the world, can you? She pushes on. Like, at first, I thought it'd only be this super temporary thing. A joke. But it's been entire months, and it just seems like the kind of thing destined to blow up in your face. My jaw clenches, the tension now stretching like a wire all the way down to my toes. One of the reasons I've always admired Zoe is her ability to cut through all the bullshit, get to the very core of things. She's brave like that, braver than I'll ever be. But that's also precisely why this is the very last topic I want to talk about. It'll work out, I say, with all the false calm I can muster while wringing the corner of my pillow between clammy fingers. Eventually. But I've already promised Sarah, everyone at 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐭, that I'll do this big interview after the break, and it's meant to be great for my career, and I'm all for opening yourself up to opportunities, Zoe says. Except when your career's founded on a literal lie. I mean, how do you expect to retain your readers or earn the respect of any publication out there if they find out? So they can't find out, I cut in, gut roiling. They won't. Yeah, well, she starts to say something else, but a loud notification chimes on her end, and she pauses. Sorry, the grades for my chem exam just came out. Go check it, I tell her. You sure? She lets out a small laugh, but she doesn't mean it. I would know. I used to know everything about her, which laughs she was faking and when she wanted to leave a conversation, a party, a room. She wants to leave now. And I don't know how to make people stay, I never have. So I only say, yeah, of course. Bye. Okay. Bye. But there's a terrible ring of finality in her voice. Chapter 17. The day before school begins again, my life unravels. Well, it doesn't so much unravel as completely implode, starting with the notification that pops up on my phone first thing in the morning. I knew you were lying. I stare at it for a long time, my heart beating out of control. It's unnerving as hell, and not just because of the arbitrary capitalization. If I'm being accused of lying, there's only thing I could be lying about. A sick feeling digs into my gut. I sit up fast and unlock my phone, heading straight over to Twitter. And that's when all the other comments come flooding in, so similar to the first. Just as hostile. Just as ominous. At Blondie22, liar. At Abigail Smith, LMAO, I guess people will do anything for clout these days. Girl, bye. At user 1127, Caz Song deserves better. At May is a dog, talk about pathetic? And here I was thinking we actually had a cute wholesome couple to root for. Guess not. At 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎𝐏𝐿, I knew it. I told y'all this was a publicity stunt. I fucking called it. At 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐭520, this is why we can't have nice things. And I've received hate messages before. It's inevitable for anyone who's ever gone at least a little viral. So-called fans telling me I'm too ugly for Caz, or that I'm holding him back in his career. Random trolls going on about how I'm untalented and overrated. Anonymous users claiming it's anti-feminist of me to fall in love. Racist assholes making the usual stereotypical jokes in the comments. They've always stung, of course, and hit a little too close to home for comfort, but the obvious strategy was simply to ignore them. But this is different. My whole body is trembling as I search my own name on Google. And there's a moment when nothing has loaded yet that I can feel my heartbeat thudding furiously in my ears, and I think I might throw up. Or maybe start crying. Then the results appear, and I'm too busy reading about why a bunch of strangers on the internet hate me to even muster the energy for tears. The source of the problem quickly becomes evident. Around midnight yesterday, while I was sound asleep, someone posted a long article speculating that my relationship with Caz was only a publicity stunt cooked up by his manager. The article noted some discrepancies between my personal essay and Caz's schedule. Like how, on the day we supposedly went out for hot pot, Caz was busy doing promotional activities for his campus drama and couldn't have possibly met up with me then. Or how, in one paragraph, I mentioned the stray cat hair clinging to his sweater, despite the fact that he's allergic to cats. It's what everyone in the entertainment industry does these days. Has anyone even seen them really kiss, apart from that one peck on a cheek selfie the girl posted? Maybe it would have been fine if, by the same strange, unpredictable alchemy of the internet that made my essay go viral in the first place, the article hadn't shot up to #1 on trending searches. And it all fell apart from there. Oh my God, I whisper, throwing my phone onto my bed, where it lands with a light, unsatisfying flop. I turn around. Squeeze my eyes shut. Oh my God. The worst part of all this is that I should have anticipated it. Because it feels like a total end-of-the-world disaster, yes, but it also feels like an inevitability. Zoe's words from the other day float back to me. It just seems like the kind of thing destined to blow up in your face. And suddenly, with an ache so acute it feels like a cavity, I find myself missing Zoe. How I'd walk into a crowded classroom knowing she had saved a seat for me. How she'd always wait for me by the lockers in the morning and after school, an anchor to my day. More than that, I miss the person I always became around her, someone braver and better and stronger, someone who wasn't afraid to crack dumb jokes and embarrass themselves a little and go after what they wanted. If she were here, she wouldn't know how to fix this either. But she'd know exactly what to say to calm me down, to make me feel okay. Behind me, my phone chimes again. No doubt more hate comments. And I know I shouldn't read them, that there's no point torturing myself any further, but it's like telling yourself not to scratch an itch, or press an old bruise. As masochistic as it is, you can't help doing it anyway. So I grab my phone and brace myself for some variation of fraud or liar or I hate your fucking guts, but instead I see only a name flashing over my screen. Sarah Diaz. Weeks from now, when I look back on this particular morning, it'll likely be nothing more a white noise blur of panic, a gaping black hole in my memory. I'm barely conscious of the day's events even as they're unfolding. One second I'm on the phone with Sarah, reassuring her that everything's just a misunderstanding and I totally have a plan, when I in fact totally do not have a plan, and the next I'm texting Caz, who's only just landed in Beijing and isn't aware of this complete shitstorm yet, but soon will be. And in between all this, I'm lying face down on the couch, cursing myself and trying not to pull my hair out. Still, by lunchtime, I've calmed down enough to start thinking. Hard. Ma has seen PR crises far worse than this, like the rat in the coffee incident, and the toxic masculinity incident, and the many Kevin-induced accidents, and she's managed to smooth them all over. Sometimes her company's reputation has even improved as a result. So what would she do? Issue an apology? A formal statement? No. That's not her style. She never confesses to anything if she can help it. In fact, she'd probably do the opposite. Cover up one major event with another. I close my eyes and think and finally, miraculously, like that day I saw Caz Song on my TV screen, an idea comes to me. If the main issue is that people don't believe Caz Song and I are really together, then I have just the thing to prove them wrong. My phone lights up. I flinch by instinct, dreading what I might see, but it's a message from Caz. He's caught up to everything. What do we do? He asks. I think I have a solution, I text back. But you're probably not going to like it. Oh, also, what's your manager's number? Let me know ASAP. I spend the next day making phone calls and writing frantic emails. First, I get in touch with Caz's publicity team. This part goes more smoothly than I could dare hope. We track down the IP address of the original poster who wrote up the article, only to find that it's a 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐻 fan, a stalker essentially, who's already been given 2 warnings for lurking around Caz's hotel room. It's perfect. After all, the best way to get rid of an unwanted story is to attack it at its source, erode the credibility of the author. From there, all we have to do is spread the information online and wait for the narrative to write itself. Jealous fan makes up lies about Caz and his girlfriend. Fan comes up with wild conspiracy theories about her favorite star. At the same time, the manager pulls a few strings behind the scenes and accidentally deliberately leaks some photos from God knows where of a married actor from a rival company leading a brothel worker into his hotel room at night. Within hours, the news blows up and squeezes out the old article on me and Caz from the trending searches, until it's all anyone can talk about. Then it just comes down to Caz and me, and how well we can pull off the ultimate performance. You ready? I nod as I move to join Caz on the roof of one of our school buildings. This is my first time seeing him up close since before the holidays, and I'd forgotten how overwhelming it felt just to be in his presence, scandal or not. The buzzing in my stomach, the rush of blood in my veins, every nerve end on edge. His hair is a little longer now, his skin tanner, the lean muscles in his arms flexing as he leans over the glass railings. He looks good. Maybe too good, in a distracting way. I can't look at him without thinking about those nights with his voice pressed to my ear. It feels like my heart has missed a step. Are you? I ask, quickly stuffing all unnecessary thoughts away. I need to focus. We only get this one chance to fix everything, and it has to be perfectly executed. When am I not? He's making this expression like, I got it, relax. I have no idea how he's so chill about this. It's almost irritating. Let's do this. I nod again. Exhale slowly and stare past the railings, stamping my feet to keep warm. As expected, the courtyard below and surrounding footpaths are already starting to fill up with students. The roof is the one spot everyone has a clear view of, no matter where they are in the school. The saying goes that people only believe what they see with their own eyes. So I'm just praying that if they see us together, really together, they'll be sufficiently convinced of our relationship. Okay, it's not the most foolproof plan, and I have no idea if it'll work or not, but it's the best we can do for now. When enough people have gathered to form a crowd, I twist around and pat Caz's shoulder. Okay. Start. He arches a brow, his lips twitching. You're not even going to let me get into the moment a bit. Is he kidding? You're an actor, I hiss. I can feel everyone's eyes on us, watching our exchange. Be serious. Fine, he says, and though I've witnessed it more than a few times by now, it still startles me when he snaps easily into his role, the humor wiped clean from his face, his eyes deepening to black. The color of a moonless sky, charcoal ready to ignite, the earth after a storm. Like this? Why yeah, I manage. Swallow. Yeah, like that. One small step, and I've closed the distance between us. I lift my lips to his ear and whisper, for only him to hear, now hurry up and kiss me before people start leaving. I brace myself. Try to empty my mind. It's supposed to be a professional kiss, if such a thing exists. Neither of us should feel anything other than grim determination to do this well, and maybe a hint of annoyance, impatience at having to do this in the first place. But this is what happens instead. Caz cups my face with one steady, slender hand and traces a gentle line down my cheek, and my mind teeters toward oblivion. My breathing betrays me. His ink-black eyes lock on mine, and I am staring up at him, half in shock and maybe awe. He's unreasonably beautiful and he's so close it makes me ache and I want him closer still. I want him even though I shouldn't. I want him to want me too. I can't even remember what we were supposed to do. Then, slowly, he brings his other hand up to my face. His fingers tremble slightly, and the air between us changes. Solidifies. Overheats. My mouth parts of its own accord, and he sees. He makes a soft, barely audible sound that could be a sigh or the edge of a laugh or something else, a surrender, and then he leans all the way in, presses his lips to mine like he can't help himself, like he's been waiting forever just to kiss me. And I kiss him back. I kiss him with an intensity that shocks me. Because somehow, I realize I've been yearning for this, the softness of his lips moving against my own, the firmness of his grip, the small, hungry fires spreading from every single point of contact. Then, just as quick as it started, it's over. I don't know who pulls away first, but we're suddenly scrambling backward, standing apart, nothing but our uneven breaths touching the space between us. For a split second, Caz looks stunned. Almost drunk. But in the next second, he is himself again. Confident. Assured. He straightens, runs a bored hand through his hair, and looks out at the students on the school oval. My blood is pounding so loud in my ears I'd nearly forgotten they were there, but I gaze down too, assessing their expressions. Some are staring at us with open envy and shock. Others are frowning, like they're not entirely sure what it is they've just witnessed. Do you think it worked? I asked Caz, my voice way too high to be normal. Honestly? I hear him swallow. No. Wait, what? I demand, twisting around. But before I can even continue, he grabs my wrist and pulls me out of sight, leading me away until we're concealed by jade bamboos and mandarin trees, hidden in a mini garden of our own, soft shadows dancing around us, light bleeding through the gaps in the leaves. What? I repeat in a hiss. He still hasn't let go. I'm intimately aware of the warm press of his fingers against my skin, the precise shape and sound of his every breath. Yeah, no, these scandals are rarely resolved in a day, or with a single performance. You need to give it a lot more time. Then why? I shake my head. My head is still spinning. I managed to produce exactly one coherent thought, Caz Song and I just kissed, before my brain runs into a wall and crashes. Caz and I kissed, and for a long moment, from when our lips met, Caz had kissed me like he really meant it. No. Stop. Not the point here. If you didn't think it would work, why did you agree to the plan? Something flickers over his face, but he merely shrugs. You just seemed like you really wanted to kiss me. And who am I to deny you the pleasure? My face bursts into flame. He says it like he's teasing. No, like he's mocking me. But of course he is. Of course he hadn't actually meant it, that's how he kisses everyone, all his beautiful co-stars on set. Who am I kidding? A kiss is just a kiss to him. Wow, I say, shifting back, mortification burning through my body like hot oil. Okay. Well, clearly this was a mistake, and for the record, I absolutely did not want to kiss you. At all. It was only for a bigger cause, dire times, and all that. Really? He moves forward. Cocks his head. Then what are you thinking right now? What? I flush harder. Through my humiliation, I'm thinking, unforgivably, about what it'd be like to kiss him again, to kiss him and really savor it, even knowing that it'd be more real for me than it could ever be for him. But it's like the kiss has unlocked every suppressed fear and feeling inside me. Because I'm also thinking about how tens of thousands of people across the world are somehow invested in Caz and me, but only in the fantasy version of our story. I'm thinking about how it would feel to have Caz only to lose him, the way I lose everyone when I leave, the kind of bone-deep, inconsolable pain I would have to suffer as a consequence of my wanting. How easy it would be to revert to that old, familiar loneliness, except this time, the loneliness would hurt more than it ever has before, a loneliness shaped entirely by his absence. I'm thinking that if I tell him what I really feel, just lay it all out there will truly be no going back from this. That it's been hard enough just to get to where we are, from strangers to begrudging allies to actual friends, to demolish every painstaking brick of trust built between us by asking for something more. That I'll have broken every rule I've laid down for myself, just to give Caz, beautiful, unpredictable, guarded Caz, all the ammunition he needs to break my heart. I'm not sure what to think, I say. He takes another step closer. I step back automatically, the bamboo stalks rising up around me, brushing my cheek. He stops. Releases his grip on my wrist, only to bring his hand up to the curve of my jaw, and it's all I can do not to dissolve right there or utter something incredibly dangerous and sincere. So you don't have any real feelings for me? He asks, his voice dipping into a low register I've never heard before. Not even a little? He keeps his gaze steady on me, but his fingers trail down to a soft, vulnerable spot at the base of my neck, and I flinch, like an idiot. I can't speak, I shake my head. Really? He says, one brow raised, looking exactly the way he did that first day I spoke to him, when I claimed to not have overheard his call and he didn't believe me at all. I hear myself swallow. Try to ignore the sensation of his hands still on my skin. And no. None. Caz responds by leaning in, and for one wild, beautiful, terrifying second, I think he's going to press his lips to mine, and I can't help it, I lean in too. But instead he merely smiles, as if he's just proven something to both of us, and lowers his curved mouth to my ear. Liar, he whispers. And I don't know what to do, how to react, how to process that I've been caught. So I revert to my old habits, my ingrained methods of self-defense. I wrench myself free from his grip. I spin on my heels, twisting away from him. And I run. My feet pound all the way down the stairs, and I shove the door open, bursting into the blinding sunlight. I don't go to class and I don't stop until I'm far enough away and alone in a remote corner of campus. Until it's just me, my racing thoughts, and my violently pounding heartbeat. Chapter 18. I try hard not to think about it. Really. I try very, very hard to block out all thoughts of Caz Song's soft lips brushing mine, his calloused hands cupping my face, the way my insides had sparked and melted as if left too long over red burning coals. But the memories keep rushing back, persistent, in such unwanted clarity I might as well have recorded our exchange, analyzed the entire scene over and over like the movies we have to write comparative essays on for English class. What is the significance of the line, "So you don't have any real feelings for me"? What did the look in his eyes symbolize? Discuss, with evidence. All through the next week, while Caz is away shooting, they continue to spring up on me at random, when I'm halfway through rinsing the dishes, because my parents like to use the dishwasher as a drying rack, and simply don't trust dishwashers anyhow, when I'm changing into my pajamas later at night, half my shirt stuck over my head, long hair tangled up in the buttons. What are you thinking right now? Shit, I mumble out loud, yanking the shirt down with a little too much force and accidentally pulling a few hairs out. My eyes water. Shit, I say again, louder, angry at no one but myself. I refresh my phone, no new messages since last Friday, then slam it down. I block him, then unblock him before he can find out. I delete our entire chat history, then instantly regret it. And it only gets worse from there. On Sunday morning, Ma, having recently finalized a major project and cleared out some time in her cramped schedule, takes us out to Din Tai Fung for brunch. I'm finding my way back from the restaurant bathroom, very narrowly avoiding crashing into a waitress carrying a massive stack of prawn dumplings and xiaolongbao, when I see Caz's face. As in, his face, magnified times 10 and airbrushed to above human levels of perfection and printed over a glossy poster by the table where they're serving tea. It's an advertisement for some kind of lychee-flavored soft drink. He's holding the candy-pink bottle up with one hand and smiling with his mouth closed. It's his fake smile, the one he uses when he's forced to do something he doesn't want. The tagline below reads, "Get your girl something sweet." And it's all so corny and unexpected and ridiculously ill-timed that I can only gape at the poster, at his beautiful, familiar face, the features I've studied in such close proximity in private, blown up for everyone to admire. Something hot and painful wraps around my heart and squeezes. This poster shouldn't be here. Or maybe I shouldn't be here. But if nothing else, this proves that my reaction that day was wise, accurate. Not the kiss, but me running away from him. Because one shiny poster in a dim sum restaurant is only the beginning. If Caz's career continues on its current trajectory, if he grows more and more famous, picks up more sponsorships and endorsement opportunities and hit dramas left and right, it won't just be him advertising a cute little drink. It'll be his face on lit-up billboards, his smile on subways, his dark, scorching gaze every time I turn on the TV, remembering how it felt when he used that gaze on me. He will be everywhere, haunting every cursed corner of the country, and I will be left reeling in his wake. Are you a fan too? I spin around, startled, to find a girl maybe only a year or two younger than I am. She's dressed from head to toe in designer clothes and staring at the poster of Caz as if she's just seen a vision of God himself, both hands clutched tight to her chest, cheeks flushed despite the cool indoor temperature. If we were in a cartoon, her eyes would probably be bright pink heart signs. I say, only now translating her question from Mandarin to English inside my head and processing it. Something like that, I guess. She releases a small, wistful sigh, eyes still glued to the poster. Then she says, he's very attractive, isn't he? I try not to stab myself with one of the metal chopsticks lying on the table beside me. I reply, as non-committally as possible. It's such a shame, though, she continues, clearly oblivious to how little I want to be having this conversation right now, or ever. What? What's a shame? She raises a perfectly shaped brow, like I'm playing dumb. Haven't you heard about the whole scandal with him and the writer girl? Some people are saying it's a publicity stunt. With what I hope sounds only like casual curiosity, I ask, and do you think it is? Not sure. She shrugs. I'd probably need more evidence. I hear they're doing this big interview together soon, so maybe we'll see then? She trails off with a shrug. I quickly excuse myself and make a beeline for my table on the other end of the restaurant. It's not until I'm sitting down between Ma and Emily, my face hidden behind the laminated menu and its many beautifully shot images of steamed buns, that I allow myself to relax. Then, while my parents are bickering over what type of dumplings to order, Ba launches into a moving, impassioned speech about how 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎𝐏 dumplings were a key part of his childhood and eating them always reminds him of home. Ma strikes back with hard statistics. The last time we ordered 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐴 dumplings, we only ate 40% of them, and plus, can't he see that the shrimp ones are on sale? And Emily is secretly jotting down every dessert option there is on the order form. I slide my phone out from my pocket and search my own name, even though I promised myself I wouldn't. The comments are, unfortunately, divided too. At Eliza, listen, I'm usually pretty cynical about this stuff, but did you guys see that kiss? The sparks? The intensity? The way he looked at her? Like, I know Caz is an actor, but I don't think he's that good an actor, lol. At 𝐒𝐈𝐒, I'm so conflicted now. Is it real or not? At Classy001, the most unbelievable part for me is why someone like Caz Song would even be dating this Eliza girl? Angela Faye is way prettier. At 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐭, okay, either they're really committed to this publicity stunt or they're really in love with each other and just don't give a fuck. At Chanel Chow, not everything is for publicity, y'all. I slide my phone away, my stomach churning. As much as I hate to concede he's right, it's just like Caz predicted, my plan was nowhere near as effective as I'd hoped. Which means neither of us is in the clear yet. By the time we get back home from the restaurant, I'm determined to find myself a distraction. Something that will force aside all thoughts of Caz, and the kiss, and the speculation online. Something that will allow me to achieve a state of total, blissful zen. Normally when I'm looking for an escape, I'll just write, but these days all writing does is remind me of 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐿 and my essay, which leads me right back to Caz again. So I decide to go running. Aside from the obvious irony of me literally running away from my problems, this seems like a great idea at first. I dig out the cute two-piece workout set I bought years ago for the aesthetic and haven't touched since, tie my hair back in a high ponytail, and do a few stretches down by the playground. The early spring air is crisp with the scent of an impending storm, the temperature just starting to warm, with the occasional cool breeze. Even better, there aren't too many people crowding the compound's special jogging lanes at this hour. Everything's perfect. Then I actually start running and come to the rapid conclusion that I hate it. My body, so used to mild variations of sitting and lying down in slow, unhurried walks between classes, seems to revolt against the sudden change in rhythm. I've barely made it halfway around the lake before my legs start cramping, a tight, wrenching pain that shoots up the muscles in my thighs every time my feet hit the pavement. Still, I keep running, forcing my feet forward. I push on for a couple more yards, gulping down air with increasing difficulty until I sound how I imagine dying walruses must sound when I see an old man from the corner of my eye. An old man. He's probably in his late 70s or early 80s, judging from the deep wrinkles etched into his skin and the dragon head walking cane trembling in his grip, and he's shuffling down the lane parallel to mine. We make eye contact. He flashes me a shaky thumbs up. And then, good God, he outruns me. Or, well, outwalks, which is without a doubt much worse. All I can do is stare at his retreating figure until he rounds the corner of an apartment building, his cane's tap-tapping fading into the distance. Apparently, the humiliation is too much for my body to bear. My knees wobble. My legs give out. I stumble to a stop by the lake pavilion, panting hard, the amount of sweat blurring my vision and trickling down my upper lip wholly disproportionate to the amount of exercise I've just completed. The only upside of my current state is that Caz Song is definitely off my mind now, because I'm far too preoccupied with my more basic, immediate needs, such as breathing. And not fainting. I spend an eternity like this, doubled over, clinging to the pavilion pillars and hating everything, before I find the strength to start walking back home. And then I step into something brown and foul and squishy, which of course turns out to be crap, I mutter, staring at the literal dog crap now smeared over the heel of my sneakers. You have got to be kidding me. You have actually got to be kidding me. When no one springs out from a nearby bush to confirm that, indeed, my life is a practical joke, I throw an exasperated hand up in the air. I mean, wow. Okay. This might as well be happening. After scanning the surrounding area once, all empty save for two beady-eyed pigeons gliding across the melted fringes of the lake, I squat down awkwardly right there, in the middle of the lane, and attempt to scrape my shoes clean with a twig. I'm so focused on my task that I don't hear the footsteps approaching until they stop right in front of me. Eliza? My heart lurches. That voice. Smooth and low and slightly wry, as though sharing an inside joke with himself. I would know that voice anywhere, but it can't be, it can't. Slowly, I lift my gaze, taking in the details bit by bit. Dark jeans come into view, then a loose white shirt, leaving the arms bared to the cold, the muscles long and lithe, a faint, puckered scar running down the center. Of course it's him. Oh. Hi, I say, casually tossing the twig over my shoulder and swaying for a dangerous few seconds before standing up, smile already forced into place. As if this is exactly how I enjoy bumping into people. Covered in sweat. In mid-squat. While wiping animal excrement off my shoes and failing at it, no less. Hi. Caz says, head cocked to one side. It sounds like a question. You don't have any real feelings for me? No. Stop. Don't think about it. So, I stepped in dog poo, I tell him. Yeah. His tone is appropriately somber, but the corners of his mouth twitch, like he's making a serious effort to suppress his laughter. I can see that. Right. I nod. My face feels all hot and itchy, and not just because of the sweat. Well, I was also out on a jog. You know, getting those steps in. I can see that too. He gestures to my workout clothes, his eyes lingering. An awkward silence stretches and strains between us. Or maybe the awkwardness is only me. Caz looks calm, unaffected. Still fighting back a laugh. It's as if our kiss on the roof never happened, as if it hasn't been 9 whole days since we last spoke. I feel a violent rush of anger toward him. This whole time I've been desperately trying to distract myself, fighting off all thoughts of him, so desperate I even resorted to running under non-life-threatening circumstances. He's been, what? Just living his best life? Studying his scripts? Having a great time forgetting all about me? My nails dig into my palms. Caz says something, but I don't hear him, can't hear him above the violent buzzing in my ears. Then he repeats himself, louder. It's going to rain soon. He's not the kind to make small talk about the weather, so I pause to spite myself and follow his gaze up. Sure enough, dark clouds are gathering overhead like a flock of mad ravens, coloring the lake water from green to a deep, depressing gray. That earthy scent in the air is sharper now too, brimming with unshed rain. We should probably head inside, Caz says, looking back at me, his eyes almost as black as his lashes. It occurs to me with a jolt that we're standing too close. Again. I can walk you to your apartment if you'd like. I fold my arms across my chest, creating a very ineffectual barrier between us. No. It's fine. My shoes aren't clean yet, and besides, I doubt it'll rain that quickly. You can sort of see the sun. The words have barely left my mouth when the first few droplets of rain splatter over my top, the cold seeping straight through the polyester sleeves. Then, as if someone's turned on a giant faucet behind the clouds, it starts pouring. Yeah, what were you saying? Caz asks, his voice almost lost beneath the heavy onrush of water. It's everywhere now, beating down on the pavement in a quickening rhythm, slapping against outstretched leaves, crushing thin stalks of grass flat to the pavement like a heavy boot. The smell of wet dirt and pine rises to my nose. I glare at him, blinking through the rain. I'm already soaked. Just go. I can walk home myself. He doesn't leave. Instead, he shoots me a faintly amused look. Are you sure? Because you look a little winded. Plus, your apartment isn't that far from mine. I shake my head quickly, water blurring the edges of my vision. I can't trust myself to be alone with him like this. I'm fine. I'll be home in no time. But when I try to step back, my leg muscles spasm, and I wobble violently, a hot, tearing pain shooting down my calves. Great. Just wonderful. The one time I decide to engage in voluntary physical activity and my body gives up on me. In an instant, all the humor falls away from Caz's face, replaced by concern. You evidently can't. I'm just tired from the running, that's all. I'll be okay soon. He casts me a long, doubtful look. Then, let me carry you, he says simply. Readily. His hair has fallen over his forehead in long, wetting strands, his shirt plastered to his skin, and despite being drenched from head to toe in freezing rain, I feel all of a sudden like there's water boiling inside me, dangerously close to spilling over. What? He gestures to his back. You heard me. I've carried plenty of girls on my back, as if I need the reminder that big, romantic gestures mean nothing to him. That whatever he's said or done around me, he's done with other girls too, actresses, idols, models. That such close proximity is easy for him, when it feels like life or death for me. I think you're overestimating your strength, I tell him stiffly. I doubt it. You're also underestimating my weight. Come on, Eliza. He rolls his eyes. You're, like, 5'1" at the most. It's 5'3", I grumble. He holds up his hands, using one of them to shield his head from the downpour. Look, would you rather stand out here bickering in the rain over your height, which definitely isn't 5'3", by the way, or go somewhere warm and dry? Which is how I end up getting a piggyback ride home from Caz Song, the rain pelting our skin every step of the way, water sloshing at his feet, the clouded sky churning violently overhead. My arms wrapped around his neck. Everything looks darker, more saturated, the passing trees are rich brown, pink blossoms just starting to sprout. The compound is empty now save for us. It feels like we're the last two people left in the world. I've been meaning to talk to you, you know, Caz says some minutes later as we round a bend in the lane. His grip on my legs remains firm, but I can hear the strain in his breathing, the slight falter in his footsteps. I do my best to stay very still. About what? I ask. Last Friday. and suddenly my heart is pounding louder than the rain. You're right, we should talk about the public response, I tell him, panicking. Have you heard anything from your manager? Because I was looking at some of the comments, and there's still a significant segment online who need more convincing, and I feel like the upcoming interview would be a great opportunity. You must know that's not what I care about. Cold creeps into my veins. My teeth chatter. What do you care about, then? You, he says quietly. I want you, Eliza. The words hang in the misty gray air, and I'm glad he can't see my face. You already have me, I'm tempted to tell him. More than I was ever planning to give. But not as part of a secret arrangement, he continues, talking faster, like he has to get this off his chest and he's not sure if he'll have the chance to do so again. Not for show. Not for a strategic, mutually beneficial and romantically oriented alliance to help further our respective careers. You memorized that? Of course I did. Even though I still feel like we could have used a better name. Without missing a beat, he goes on. I don't want to act like we met while you were apartment hunting and hit it off. When the first time we really met, you were sitting 2 seats in front of me in English class and the teacher was reading out one of your essays and I just thought, I've never known anyone who can write like that before. I don't want to constantly keep my guard up around you when you're the only one who's ever made me feel like I can just be honest. Myself. Like I matter even when all the cameras are off. I don't want to wait for an excuse to kiss you only when there's a literal crisis going on and when half our school is standing around to watch. I don't want our whole relationship to be built around a lie. And I know that's asking for a lot, because you have your readers and their expectations and there's already enough scrutiny, but I just want, he sucks in a breath, and he might have once claimed to never beg anyone for anything, but his voice is painfully close to pleading when he says, I want this to be real. My heart seizes. How many times have I dreamed of him saying something like this? 100. 1,000. But it was only that, a dream. I am totally, utterly unprepared for this speech in real life. What about the essay? I hear myself ask. There's water in my eyes, on my tongue. It tastes like salt. People are already saying it's a publicity stunt. We've just spent all our energy trying to convince them it's not. If I go out there and say the whole story is made up, we can figure that out, he promises. God, he always makes these things sound so easy. If only. I don't understand why you're telling me this, I blurt out. Why now? Since when did you even? And he actually laughs, though there's no humor in it. Well, you haven't exactly made it easy for me. What's that supposed to mean? Eliza, he says, shaking his head. I'm usually pretty good with this stuff, but when it comes to you, 1 second you're saying things that sound so sincere, like you might really like me, and you're making me those paper cranes. And the next you're telling me that you're only doing this for your internship, that every sincere-sounding thing that comes out of your mouth is just flowery bullshit, and you're planning out our every single interaction 3 weeks in advance. If you hadn't kissed me back like that, I still wouldn't know. I stare ahead, fully convinced now that I'm in some sort of alternate universe, where Caz Song is the one second-guessing my feelings toward him. Besides, he goes on, voice low, a lot of people might like me for my reputation. But that's the side I show to them on purpose to make them like me. Nobody's ever gotten to know me as well as you have. I wasn't sure. I didn't know if those other parts of me were worth wanting too. And my heart shatters. But my resolve doesn't. Of course they're worth wanting, I say, in disbelief that I'd even need to affirm this out loud. Caz, you don't know how hard it's been to pretend like I don't want you. But this isn't going to work. He stills. I feel the muscles in his shoulders bunch. Why not? Apart from the thousands of logistical reasons, you mean? It's okay. Okay, you know Zoe? Zoe Sotomayor? I remember, yeah. His voice is carefully neutral. The one who gave you the bracelet. Exactly. She was my best friend. The correction makes my chest ache like a bruise, but I continue. We didn't even have a fight or anything. It was just, we drifted apart. That's what always happens when I'm involved, Caz. Every single fucking time. And you might say or think you want me now, but that's what will happen with us too. I'm certain of it. This is the closest I have ever gotten to voicing the truth, that I'm afraid. That for a long time now, between maybe the third and fourth move, the fourth or fifth friend I lost along the way, I've suspected that there's something fundamentally unlovable about me. Something that makes it easy for people to forget me the second I leave, to drift out of touch no matter how hard I try to keep them in my life. I've said before that my default setting is loneliness, but maybe I was wrong. Maybe it's really fear. You can't keep doing this, Eliza, Caz says. We've reached my building now, and I slide off his back before he can carry me farther. Then I stand up unsteadily, soaked through and shivering, and bring myself to look at him. His jaw is set, tiny jewels of rainwater glistening on his skin, his eyes darker than the sky behind him. This feels, in every way, like a finale. Doing what? You can't control everything. You can't decide how other people feel, how I feel. But I already know how it's going to end, I choke out. I know. And when it happens, I'm going to be the one heartbroken. Not you. That's not true. You think that now. But you don't know, you can't know. My voice threatens to waver, to give me away, but I catch myself. Draw in a deep breath. Assume some semblance of professionalism, hide behind it like armor. Look, this is my fault for not sticking strictly to our business arrangement. That's all it was supposed to be, that's all it really can be. And I'm close to finishing up with my internship. Once we do the interview together, and clean up this whole mess, we can stage a proper breakup. Part ways for good. His eyes flash. So that's it? You're just not going to give it a chance? You don't have the guts to even try? I want to answer him. I really do, but there's a fist-sized lump in my throat and I can barely swallow, let alone talk. So I just nod. And Caz waits. He waits, and I disappoint him again and again with every new second that passes between us, until he understands. Fine, he says at last, backing out into the rain. Already, his outline is blurring, like something from a dream. If that's what you want. Whoa. What happened to you? Emily's eyes widen as she opens the front door to see me standing here, dripping wet and shivering, my hair in dirty tangles, my feet completely bare after abandoning my disgusting sneakers outside the entrance. It rained, I say, and I realize I sound like I've been crying. Yeah, clearly. She gapes at me a few moments longer, opens and closes her mouth a few times, probably deliberating how appropriate it would be to make some joke about my sad, disheveled appearance, before sighing and hurrying off into the laundry. She returns with 2 thick towels that smell faintly like pine. Thanks, I croak out, stepping through the doorway, leaving wet footprints everywhere behind me. But when I bend down to wipe them, I only end up spraying droplets of mud and water all over the marble surface and slipping on the mess I've just made, my left hip bone hitting the damp floor with a painful thud. That's it, I decide as I pull myself slowly back up. I wince. This is without a doubt the most miserable moment in my whole life. It is literally impossible for things to get any more depressing than this. I think I'm just going to take a shower first. Emily says. What? The showers aren't really working right now, she informs me. I think something got stuck in the main pipes when it was raining. Ma and Ba went to find the Ouija downstairs, but they said it's, like, a whole building issue. Might take them a while to fix it. And once again, the universe has managed to prove me wrong. Right, I say, wrapping both towels tight around my soaked clothes. Cool. Very cool. Well, then I guess I'll just wait here. I can wait here with you, Emily offers. I start to tell her no, it's okay, just go play, but my throat's closed up again, and maybe I don't want to be alone right now. Even if I already feel lonelier than I've ever felt. We're both silent for a long time, listening to the light tap of rain against the windows, the distant rumble of thunder, the steady drip of water from my hair. Then, as if she can't help herself, Emily blurts out, "Did you have a fight with Caz?" The sound of his name sears like salt on an open wound. Swallowing hard, all I can think to say is I'm sorry. Though I'm not sure what exactly I'm apologizing for. Lying about my relationship with him to everyone, even now? Making my personal essay up in the first place? Introducing him into her life, when she knows just as well as I do how horrible it is to be pulled away from the people you care about, how rare it is to move to a new place and find someone there who can make it feel like home. There's just so much. So many ways I've screwed up. So many things I've done wrong. I know you really like him. I do like him, Emily says slowly. Then she looks up at me, and I'm struck by two things. First, how tall she's grown without my realizing, her head now almost level with my nose. And second, that fierce, protective look in her eyes, like our positions have been switched and she's the older sibling who'd tear down the world for me. But if he was mean to you, I'll stop liking him immediately. I won't even invite him to my next birthday party. I choke out a small laugh, but the sound's tinged by sadness. No. It's not that. If anything, I'm the one who wronged him. Well, either way, Emily continues, leaning back against the wall, the main reason I liked him was because of how you act when you're together. This surprises me. What am I like around him? Happy, she says simply. Chapter 19. Caz doesn't show up at school the next day. Or the next day. Or the next. He doesn't read any of my texts asking if he's okay, or return my voicemails asking if we can make a plan for the interview, and I end up finding out through a dodgy media site that he's requested a 2-week break from school to finish filming his drama. And I survive. I brush my teeth and go to class and take my notes. I even write up that longer, official article I promised Sarah Diaz, a much more serious one this time about the slow collapse of the tutoring center industry in China, to be printed in the spring edition of 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐿, and email it to her, shoving down a surge of anxiety when she confirms receipt alongside the question, "Are you all set for the interview?" I don't know how to tell her that I'm not sure if Caz will even be coming. If we'll ever speak again. That every time I remember the knife-bright flash of hurt, then anger, in his eyes, the sound of his footsteps in the beating rain, it feels like someone squeezing my heart inside their fist, like there's no chance we can ever find our way back from this. But there's too much riding on the interview, my career, Caz's reputation, the public's opinion of us, all our efforts so far. So instead I write, in the vaguest way possible, it's all going just fine. And maybe when everything's over and done with and I'm lying alone in my bedroom, staring around at my 4 blank walls, I'll think of Caz and a terrible, burning pressure will build in the back of my throat. Maybe I'll imagine him shooting his dramas, laughing with Mingri, singing karaoke with his gorgeous co-stars, and dig my nails into my pillow. Maybe I'll miss him and hate him and curse his name. But other than that, I'm doing fine. Great. There's a new email in my inbox the next Saturday, barely 2 lines long. I've just finished reading your piece. Please call me when you're free. Sarah. At first all I can do is stare at the screen, not really registering any of it. Then I read the email again, my heart kicking faster and faster against my ribs, dread rising to my throat like bile. Don't freak out, I scold myself. You don't know that it's bad. But I don't know that it's good either. I'm shaking as I retreat alone to the balcony and dial Sarah Diaz's number, gripping the phone tight in both hands. She answers on the first ring. Like she's been waiting for me. Eliza. How are you? I feel like I'm about to throw up or have a mini panic attack because of your email. Thank you. And how are you? I'm good, I manage. Well, that's good to hear. I'm sorry to reach out so suddenly, but I really wanted to talk to you about your article. What did you think? I sound so desperate. So young. And then she pauses. For at least 20 seconds. Nobody pauses like that when they're about to tell you your article was the best thing they've ever read. It's an I'm sorry to inform you your missing relative was found dead in a ditch kind of pause. And I might be accidentally run over your dog on my way to work kind of pause. Sweat slicks my palms, my skin flashing hot and cold, then hot again. I start pacing around the balcony, as if moving might help redirect all my nervous energy. It's different, Sarah finally says. Her voice is strained. It's very different from your blog posts. I don't know what to say to that, so I just stay silent, and all the while my stomach clenches tighter and tighter. Then she releases an audible sigh. I'm just going to be honest with you. You know how important authenticity and passion is to our brand, and I'm afraid I didn't really feel any of that come through as I was reading. I mean, it was clearly well researched, but the writing fell flat, and I couldn't really see a message to the piece, you know? As a whole, it felt very hollow. Oh, is all I can manage at first. I swallow hard, fighting the sudden, overwhelming urge to cry. Oh, that's fair. That's fine. I hope I'm not coming across as too harsh, Eliza, Sarah continues, and the creep of sympathy in her voice, of pity even, somehow makes me feel 1,000 times worse. Because I wanted to love this. I truly did. And you know how much I adore your work overall. I mean, that first essay was so joyous and authentic and sincere, which, I think, is the crux of the issue here. A buzzing fills my ears, the irony of her words hitting me like a slap in the face. How could an essay I'd completely made up be sincere? An essay on a kind of feeling I'd never even experienced? What do you mean? I ask. Well, it seems you write best when you truly believe in what you're writing about. Right. Okay. That's okay. But don't despair, Sarah adds. I've spoken with my team, and we're all happy to give you one more chance with this. To write on a topic of your choosing. Of course, if we run into similar issues again. The unspoken end of her sentence is clear. If I don't produce something she loves, there won't be a next chance. This will be the end. My recommendation letter gone and my potential writing career over before it even properly began. I stop pacing and press my forehead to the cold glass of the balcony window, letting my breath cloud the surface. If I squint, I can make out the bare, crooked trees planted down below, the children racing through the playground, the couple walking in leisurely circles around the still lake, the dim afternoon sun painting their silhouettes a gentle blue-gray. All of them seem hundreds of miles away. Don't worry, I hear myself say. I'll give you something else. Something better. I swear. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Eliza. She sounds relieved. I sincerely hope you do. Oh, and just to double-check, is everything still good to go for the interview? Again, my thoughts drift to Caz, and my throat constricts. There might have been a time where I could give her a gentle disclaimer about him possibly very likely not showing up, but that's no longer a viable option. Right now, my role at 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐭 is hinging on my personal essay and my relationship with Caz. I can't screw that up too. Yes, I say with false cheer. Yep. Of course. As soon as I hang up, I grab my laptop from my bedroom and read through the article I sent her. I'm about 4 paragraphs in when I realize with a sharp pang that Sarah Diaz was right. It does feel hollow. Despite it being an opinion piece, the whole thing reads like one of those awful AI-generated news reports. There's no passion. No flow. No spark. Because if I'm being totally honest with myself, I don't care about the topic. Never did. I just thought it was the kind of thing that would seem impressive. Even the tightness in my chest now has nothing to do with the article itself but with the thought of having disappointed Sarah and the others at Craneswift, and the terrifying prospect of failing again. Which is why I can't let that happen. I turn away from the window. Take a deep, steadying breath to clear my head. I promised Sarah something better, and I'll deliver. I have to. All I need is to figure out what specific ingredient it was that made Sarah fall in love with my completely fictional personal essay and replicate it, and everything else will work out. Easy. I can do this. I can't do this. It's midnight, according to the alarm clock beside my bed, and I've been staring at a blank Word document for the past 6 hours. I'm fairly sure my brain started disintegrating at the 2-hour mark. God help me, I mutter, rubbing my temples to ward off a growing migraine. You write best when you truly believe in what you're writing about, Sarah had insisted. But what do I truly believe in? Nothing. Everything. I'm seriously debating whether or not banging my head against the wall might help force some words out when I hear the soft click and creak of the front door sliding open. The rattle of keys. Then the familiar clack 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 of heels on hardwood. Ma's home. Grateful for an excuse to temporarily put aside the blank screen of doom, I tiptoe toward the living room to greet her. She's in her usual work attire, a fitted, perfectly ironed blazer, a plain silk blouse, and a few minimalist silver accessories. Between that and her knife-straight posture, even as she's kicking away her red bottoms, she looks like she's ready to conquer the world. As I step closer, however, the sour-sweet odor of alcohol and faint cigarette smoke wafts toward me. I grimace and change directions at the last second, heading into the kitchen instead. The herbal medicine packets have all been labeled and divided into neat, colored containers: 4 headaches, 4 period pains, 4 excessive internal heat. Still, it's more due to muscle memory than Ma's exemplary categorization skills that I quickly locate the box I need, 4 hangovers. I empty one of the packets into a glass of hot water and stir the brown powder until it dissolves, trying not to gag at the smell. For reasons I'm yet to fully understand, though it has something to do with Rinqing, or personal connections, the business culture here involves a lot of late-night dinners and alcohol, to the extent where it's almost impossible to get a big promotion if you don't drink at all. Case in point, most of Ma's major contracts have been signed over glasses of baijiu or red wine. The problem is that Ma actually hates alcohol, but I suspect she'd drink liquid fire if she thought it could help her close a deal. Aye. What are you doing up so late? I turn around at the soft shuffle of slippers and extend the cup of medicine to Ma. Making sure you don't wake up hungover tomorrow, of course. I lean back against the counter. You know, I'm pretty sure our roles are meant to be reversed right now. She rolls her eyes, but the smile she gives me is warm. How 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎𝐏. You're very thoughtful. Yeah, I say. Compliments always make me feel weird. Just drink it while it's still warm. She does in 2 great gulps, then makes such an exaggerated expression of disgust that I cackle despite myself. I guess what they say is true, she says, shaking her head, a contemplative look in her eyes. Sometimes the things that are good for you really taste bad. Wow, that's super deep, Ma. I snort. Maybe you should tell that to Ba for his next poetry collection. Maybe I will, she says very seriously, then we both start laughing. But somewhere between one moment and the next, my laughter weakens at the edges, and I start thinking of all the things I shouldn't be thinking about, like Caz and my failed writing career and the lies I keep holding inside me like parasites, and my face crumples. Then I'm crying as if I've never cried before. As if I'll never stop. Ma sounds bewildered, which is understandable, considering my emotions just did a complete 180 within the matter of seconds. What's wrong? Nothing. It's the ugly kind of crying, all loud heaves and hiccups and hyperventilating, snot dribbling down my face. I'm fine. I'm fine. Is it because of that Caz boy? Ma asks, putting an arm around me, and I breathe in the sour scent of wine layered over her jasmine perfume. I nod and shake my head at the same time, more harsh sobs jolting through my body. It's not. I don't know how to explain it. Because yes, it's Caz, of course it's him, the boy who carried me through the rain and never showed his face again. But Caz isn't the only one I'm heartbroken over. There's Zoe too. And even though I miss them both intensely, with all my heart, in different ways, missing Zoe is almost worse. Because there aren't thousands of books and poems and movies out there to describe exactly what I'm feeling, or lyrically beautiful songs for me to cry to and sing along with in the car. There's no guidebook on how to survive this kind of fallout, no prescribed remedy to soothe this particular kind of pain. Romantic breakups are romanticized constantly, talked about everywhere by everyone, but platonic breakups are swept to the side, suffered in secret, as if they're somehow less important. Are you trying to tell me that your relationship with Caz is fake? Ma asks gently. This stuns me into silence. Even my hiccups stop for a few seconds. How did you know? You're my daughter is all she says, like that's explanation enough. Maybe it is. I'm sorry. I rub my eyes, still sniffling. Are you mad at me? I suppose I should be, she says slowly, tucking my hair behind one ear. Then she grabs a tissue from the kitchen counter and wipes my face dry, and it's such a natural, motherly thing to do that I almost burst into tears again. But no, I'm not. We stay like that in silence for a while, her arm warm around my shoulders, bits of wet tissue stuck to my cheek. And it's nice. It's peaceful. I still feel like the apocalypse is happening, but I'm grateful that there's shelter here. I don't know what to do, I croak out at last. I don't know what I'm doing. That's okay, she says. No, it's not. No one likes me and I keep ruining everything and I stop short before my voice can crack. Ma studies me for a moment, then she moves to the couch and sits me down beside her, her mannerisms suddenly businesslike, serious. You know, she begins, folding one leg over the other, the first time I announced that we were moving all the way across the world, to a country where you couldn't even speak the language, I expected you to throw a tantrum. Smash something, or at least slam a door. You were only a child, after all, it would have been understandable. But you know what you did? I sense that this is more of a rhetorical question, but I shake my head anyway. You simply nodded, with complete calm, and asked me if you could bring your favorite sweatshirt. At first I thought you were maybe too young to understand the significance of a move like that, but then I realized that you understood it very well, and that you cared deeply. More than any of us. You just didn't want to cause any trouble for me or your father. You hold everything in here, she says sternly, pointing to her own heart. For better or worse. But not everyone is going to guess at what you're thinking like I do. No one is going to know how you feel if you don't tell them. And until you do, you can never really know what's going to happen. I don't go to sleep after that. I can't. Ma's words keep clattering around my brain, until the noise gets so loud I find myself reaching for my phone. Opening it up to my last conversation with Zoe. My fingers hover over the keys. My pulse speeds. This whole reaching out to the people you care about thing feels as counterintuitive and masochistic as sticking my hand into an open flame. But this is Zoe. The girl who suffered through Ms. Betty's biology lectures and pop quizzes with me, who once lent me her jacket to cover up an embarrassing food stain even though the weather was freezing, who always cheered the loudest when I did the smallest things, like hit the volleyball over the net in PE class. The girl who threw me a surprise farewell party at the end of 9th grade before I left LA and listened patiently to my pointless rants and understood my dry humor and irrational fears when no one else did. If I can tell anyone how I really feel, it should be her. So I hug my knees close to my chest, draw in a shaky breath, and type out, "Hello. I just wanted to say that I really miss you and what? Where do I go from there? Besides, who starts a spill your heart out message with a hello and an exclamation point? She's going to think I'm someone from customer service. She's going to think my phone was hacked, or I've lost the ability to text like a normal teenager. No. I delete the entire message and start an email. Hey, it's me. I know we've both been kind of distant lately, so I guess I just wanted to reach out. Give you an update on my life. These days I've been listening to that playlist we made together in 8th grade, and it got me thinking about all those car rides back to your house when we played our music so loud your dad would pretend to get mad at us, even though he was always smiling. And also that day after Carrot dumped you, and since we're being totally honest here, I never liked him anyway. He always wore his muddy shoes inside your house, and he absolutely does not look like a young Keanu Reeves. When we had our school trip to the beach and you were chucking rocks into the waves as if the sea had personally offended you while I went through every post-breakup cliché I knew, and the water was the same flat gray shade as the sky, and everything was both horrible and wonderful because afterward we shared a packet of salt and vinegar chips and added like 20 depressing songs to our playlist. Then I said something that made you laugh for the first time that day and soon we were both laughing at nothing until our stomachs hurt. We did that a lot, actually. Sometimes I felt like we could turn anything into an inside joke. And so I guess the point of my nostalgic rambling is that I miss you. Obviously. And I realize that it's hard for us to make new memories like the old ones when we're not even in the same country, and so many friendships drift apart after one of them moves schools/cities/gets a job, etc. But I figured it'd be better to just tell you all this, instead of writing more sad, dramatic monologues in my head. And I figured there might also be a small chance that you've been listening to the songs on our old playlist too. Or at least thinking about it. Besides, even if this does happen to be the last message I ever send you, I'd much rather we leave it on a good note. Though of course, I'm hoping we don't have to leave things on any note at all. Just shoot me a message if you want to talk. Or give me a call. Anything. You know how to find me. Hope is such a terrible thing. It's like a bad habit you can't shake off, a stray dog that keeps showing up outside your door for scraps, even when you have nothing left to give. Every time you think you're rid of it at last, it manages to sneak its way back in. Take over. Cling on. And though I know this all too well, I still can't help feeling a sharp, bright spark of hope when my phone rings the next morning. A video call invite from Zoe. I pick up so fast I nearly drop the phone, but I manage to set it up on my bedside table, position myself in front of the camera just as Zoe's face fills my screen. And it's just hope. There's so much hope in me. Hi, I say. She smiles. It's an awkward smile, but earnest. Hi. I'm suddenly reminded of that day in 8th grade, the first time we really spoke. I was new but already loved by the English teachers, and Zoe was the long-reigning star student in every subject, so most people thought we'd hate each other. But then, after I'd read one of my creative writing pieces out loud for a presentation, she'd approached me. She'd been smiling like this as well, while I was wary and hopeful and nervous, until she opened her mouth and said, "God, your writing is so beautiful." That's how we became best friends. It's actually funny, looking back at it. How writing has always been the string tying me to people. I read your message, Zoe says now. Thank you. Really. And, sorry. I know things have been kind of weird. You don't have to apologize. No, but I do. She sighs, long and loud. It's just been so hectic over here with college applications and well, you remember how competitive it was. People ready to kill each other over a good grade. Now imagine that, but like on freaking steroids. And then this new girl, Divya, I'm not sure if you know. I remember, I tell her. Yeah, so it turns out she's applying for the same college and major as me, and I mean, it's still competitive as hell, but it's also nice having someone who understands, you know? I nod, letting her talk. And meanwhile, you're going out with a celebrity and doing all this cool shit, and I didn't want to pile my stress on top of yours, So, yeah, she finishes, giving me that stiff, awkward smile again. Wow. I know it's. Wow, Zoe. I shake my head and laugh. Are you kidding me? You once let me rant to you for an hour about those mini shampoos they give out in hotels, but you didn't want to bother me with your very valid stress about your literal future? Finally, her smile widens. Turns into the grin I know so well and missed so much. Well, when you put it like that. I'm right. You know I'm right. I suppose so. And maybe hope isn't so terrible after all. Because we spend the next hour chatting and catching up, and even though it's not exactly the same as it used to be, there are more pauses, and those small hints of awkwardness. I don't think I've lost her. If only it could be like this with Caz too, a small voice whispers in the back of my head. If only I could just fix everything. But I quickly drown it out. Zoe's been my best friend for years. Caz Song, on the other hand, is ranked in the top 3 of China's biggest heartthrobs. The distance between us is irreconcilable. Before I can dwell on it longer, the conversation turns to Craneswift and my writing. It's going horribly, I tell her up front. I sent Sarah my final article, and she thought it was the worst thing in the world. I doubt she said that. She strongly implied it. Come on, she says once she stops laughing. You're talented, I know you are. Did she tell you what was wrong or? It was too stiff, apparently. It didn't feel as genuine as my blog posts. Then change it, she says, like the answer is obvious. But I can't be the person who exclusively writes these personal, sentimental, wholly sincere essays about love and joy, I protest. I can't. That's not me. I wanted to write something serious. Well, why not? It's just. Because it feels, I scramble for the right word. It feels embarrassing. Zoe just shrugs. Most sincere things feel at least a little embarrassing. It's part of our defense mechanisms. Our heart's way of protecting us from potential hurt. Before I can argue with that, I hear her mom shouting for her from the other room. Shit. Forgot to take out the laundry, she mutters, getting up to leave. Then she pauses. I'll call you later, okay? Promise. Okay. Bye. Miss you, I say in a rush, and I realize she might have a point about the kind of things that are embarrassing. She laughs, lifts her hand to wave at me, and it's only then that I catch sight of the frayed blue string around her wrist. A bracelet identical to my own. She's kept it all along. Miss you too. Chapter 20. The interview is scheduled for 4 p.m. the following Monday. At 2 p.m., I swallow my pride and write, then rewrite, a text to Caz, my fingers shaking as I type out the time and location, alongside the question, will you be there? At 2:30 p.m., the little read icon pops up below the message, but there's no reply. At 3:30 p.m., I show up alone to the senior library, my gut roiling. The interviewer, Rachel Kim, wanted us to meet here. Something about it offering insight into my daily life as a student, which is pretty funny since I haven't set foot into the library once in all my time here. I obviously didn't tell her that, though. I mean, it's not as if this interview is going to be grounded in truth anyway. When I walk through the library's sliding glass doors, the camera crew is already setting up inside. There's equipment everywhere, professional cameras and microphones and screens resting on top of children's bookshelves, long metal rods leaning against the pastel walls. A chair and 2 vintage sofas placed at the center of the room. Someone has even left out a tray of cupcakes and water, all still untouched. I'm actually trembling as I make my way over to the sofas. I sit down and cross my legs. Uncross them. Fidget with a stray thread in the cushions. I resist the sudden urge to throw up. It's just nerves, I tell myself. Nerves, and the fact that Caz isn't here with me. The next half hour crawls by at an excruciatingly slow pace. My mouth always gets dry when I'm stressed, so I keep getting up and chugging water and running to the bathroom and back again, all the while trying to look cool about the whole thing. The camera crew must think I have food poisoning. I'm on to my 8th cup of water when the front doors slide open. A pretty young woman with a pixie cut and the longest false lashes I've ever seen glides into the room, her eyes instantly landing on me. "You must be Eliza," she gushes, extending a manicured hand. Her nails are painted the same glossy peach pink shade as her dress. "I'm Rachel." "Yes." "Hi." I stand up quickly, praying she doesn't notice the sweat stains on the sofa, and give her hand a firm shake. "It is so lovely to meet you in person," she says, all 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎𝐏𝐿 smiles. Her breath smells like spearmint. God, I've been looking forward to this interview for ages. Yeah. I try to match her level of enthusiasm and fail miserably. I mean, same here. We both sit down. Or, at least, I do. She kind of pauses halfway and cranes her neck left and right, like I might be hiding something behind me. "Sorry," she says after a beat. "It's just that. Is Caz not going to be here?" My heart twists at the name. My throat burns. But just as I'm about to feed her some excuse about Caz being called away last minute to reshoot a scene, the library doors slide open again, and Caz strides in like he had planned to come here all along. A giddy, overwhelming surge of relief, mingled with disbelief, shoots through me. "Sorry I'm late," he says to Rachel, shaking her hand. "You know how Beijing traffic can be." Then he turns to me for the first time since that day in the rain and smiles. And my heart falls. Breaks upon impact. Because it's his formal smile, the same smile he gives strangers and fans and interviewers like Rachel, the corners of his mouth curving up just slightly, neither of his dimples showing. It shouldn't hurt this much. I should just be glad he's still honoring our agreement after everything that happened between us. Yet as I force myself to smile back at him and watch him take the seat beside me, so close his shoulders almost brush my own, I can't help feeling like there's an axe lodged in my chest, twisting deeper with every passing second. "It is so good to see you two together," Rachel gushes as she sits down opposite us, hands folded neatly over her skirt. "I'm sure you've heard this, like, a million times already, but you really do make the cutest couple." Just smile and play along, I command myself, squashing the urge to glance over at Caz, to assess his reaction at her words. It'll all be over soon. But the interview drags on forever. After launching into a long, complimentary introduction, covering everything from my cultural background to the schools I've attended to how my essay went viral in the first place, Rachel pivots to Caz's acting career, her Colgate beam widening. "You've starred in quite a few popular works, haven't you?" she says once she's listed them all. From campus dramas to costume and shinsha dramas. "Yeah, guess I have." Unlike me, Caz obviously has no problem doing interviews. His answers come out smooth and easy, the result of years of practice and experience under the spotlight. But there's an uncharacteristic tension to his body that, while I doubt is noticeable to onlookers, pulls at the narrow space between us like a taut cord. Maybe, I dare think, it's killing him the way it's killing me, sitting this close together, acting like everything's fine, like we're dating and in love, when we haven't even spoken in more than a week. And what do you think of his work, Eliza? Rachel asks. Do you watch his dramas often? I blink, not expecting to be cued. I clear my throat. I do, of course I do. Often. He's great in them. This part requires no bullshitting. He is great in his dramas, and by now, I've watched everything he's ever acted in, including his first minor role as the prince's guard in an early palace drama. Even then, he was beautiful. What about you? Rachel turns back to Caz, pausing to take an incredibly small, elegant sip of water, then another, as if determined to stretch this interview out for as long as possible. Would you call yourself a fan of Eliza's writing? Yes, Caz says quietly, and this time, I can't stop myself from sneaking a glance at his face. Though his eyes are dark and steady, staring straight ahead, there's some subtle, complex interplay of emotions just beneath that mask of nonchalance, something that makes his next words sound like a confession. I've always been her fan. Oh, how sweet, Rachel coos, then adds something else about my blog posts for 𝐒𝐽, but I barely hear her. I'm remembering what Caz said the other day. The first time we really met, you were sitting 2 seats in front of me in English class and the teacher was reading out one of your essays. And then, as if I've accidentally unlocked some mental vault of all my forbidden, repressed memories, everything he said after that comes rushing back to me too. I want this to be real. The library seems to spin, the artificial heat swelling around me, the camera lights blinding, recording every little shift and flicker of emotion on my face. The space between Caz and me somehow feels both smaller and wider than ever. Okay, Eliza? Do you want a drink of water? When I glance up, Rachel and Caz and the crew are all staring at me, variations of confusion and concern playing out in their expressions. Well, mostly confusion. It's Caz who looks most concerned, though only for a fleeting second, before his jaw tightens and his features smooth over again. I can't bear it. I can't bear it, yet I have to. I need to see this performance through to the end. Sorry, I say, wrenching my attention away from him. Just, spaced out there for a second. I'm good. Oh, well, we have been talking for a while, haven't we? Rachel says as she checks her watch in mild surprise. Don't worry, we'll be wrapping up soon. I haven't even had the chance to release a silent breath of relief before she reaches into her bag and retrieves a thin, laminated script. What? I begin. Just a fun thing we thought we'd try, Rachel explains cheerily, tossing the script over to me. I study the script, and my heart stumbles over its next beats. The translated lines are from a famous scene Caz shot for his last costume drama, where he played a ghost king desperately in love with a banished princess over the course of 10 lifetimes. And it's not just any famous scene, it's the famous confession scene, set right after the ghost king transfers his own powers to the princess to save her. I've seen screenshots and quotes of it floating around all over social media. Basically, we'd love for Caz to reenact this iconic scene with you, Rachel says with a wink. Or maybe something's just gotten stuck in her false lashes. And I know you're not an actor, Eliza, but your lines are super short. Plus, she adds, grinning, since this is your boyfriend, it's not like there's much actual acting needed. I'm probably more of an actor than you realize, I think, mouth dry. A half-formed protest rises to my lips, but I swallow it back down again, unsure how to phrase it without inviting suspicion. Besides, Caz doesn't seem to have any major issues acting out one of his most dramatic, romantic scenes right here with me. He just glances over my shoulder at the script, repeats the lines to himself a few times, nods, and says, okay. Sure thing. And if I notice him swallow right after, his fingers flexing over the sofa cushions, it's still nothing compared with the panic warming in my gut. I'm honestly not sure how much longer I can maintain my composure, hide my hurt, before I fall apart. Whenever you're ready, Rachel calls, waving for the cameras to move closer to us. Caz leaves his seat and promptly kneels down before me, right on the library floor, already slipping into character like a second skin. There's a new hardness to the planes of his face, a brilliant intensity to his pitch-black gaze. Taking my hand in his, he asks, voice low and much deeper than it usually is, "How do you feel?" My mind blanks for a moment, registering nothing but the cool, firm press of his fingers, before I realize that it's my turn to say my lines. Better. No, wait, flushing, I scan through the script again. I should be asking you that, you fool. How could you? It's nothing, he says, fully immersed in the scene. He lifts his hand up to my cheek, tucks a loose strand of hair behind my ear, and I try to keep my breathing even, to conceal how much his proximity hurts. Only stage directions, I remind myself, again and again. Only that. It's not nothing, I continue from memory. Your powers. I can survive this world without my powers, but I can't survive it without you. Slowly, he says, I've waited 10 lifetimes for you, lost you 10 times, fought my way through the underworld to retrieve your soul. You are my light, your highness, the only home I've ever known. I'd gladly die before I let you slip through my fingers again. Upon his last words, the library falls into complete silence, even the crew seems entranced by his performance. And though I know, it's all fake, the hot tangle of emotions in my throat isn't. Our gazes lock, me sitting down, him still on his knees, that invisible string between us tightening, and something seems to ripple over his face too. Then Rachel's loud, abrupt applause shatters the stillness. Oh, that was wonderful, she enthuses, long nails fluttering at her chest. Even better than I could have hoped. I'll be sure to add this into the promo video. She then goes on for a while about how great the interview went, how much she loves my blog posts, how excited she is to see my career with 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐭 take off further, and I think, this is it. This is exactly what I wanted, or what I thought I wanted. The promise of a good career. The opportunity to impress the interviewer, and whoever ends up watching this at home. The safety of keeping Caz Song at a distance, of keeping everything between us purely professional. So why do I feel so miserable? When Rachel finally releases me from the conversation and busies herself packing up the interview equipment, I hurry after Caz out the library without hesitating. Without any instinct for self-preservation. Instead, there's just the horrible hope blooming inside me like a severe bruise, the old, foolish thought resurfacing, maybe there's a way to fix this. To tell him how I feel, the way I did with Zoe. Some way to keep him in my life, even if it's only as friends. Now that I've experienced the alternative firsthand, no calls from him, no real smiles, nothing, as if I don't even exist in his life, I realize that pain might be inevitable. But some kinds of pain are worse than others. Caz stops halfway down the empty corridor, and I almost crash into him. For a moment, he just stares down at me, an unfathomable look in his eyes. What are you doing? He asks, his voice quieter now that we're alone, distant. It kills me, but I know I also can't blame him. I was the one who put that distance between us. I chew my tongue, the irony of it hitting me. How supposedly good I am with words, except when it comes to this. To him. I just wanted to say, to tell you. He tilts his head slightly, something behind his gaze shifting. Like he cares what I have to say next, despite himself. Yeah. I'm sorry, I blurt out. I didn't mean, the other day, when you said, I was lying. You were lying, he repeats. About which part? He shifts position, so that my back's facing the closest wall, and moves forward. His voice remains soft, gentle even, yet each word cuts through the air like knives. About how I should trust you. How I could be myself around you. How about that? Apparently you know better than I do how I really feel, even when I've just laid my heart out to you. Which one is it, Eliza? A flush rises through me. This is going so terribly wrong. But he isn't finished yet. He steps forward again, just like that day on the roof, and the back of my head touches the hard wall. Those are all your words, not mine, he says. You ask me to feel comfortable around you, but the second I do, you retreat. You run away. Do you know what it's like for me? I trusted you with my hurt, my fears, my doubts, my heart, things I've never told anyone else, and you left. I know that now, I babble, my eyes stinging. I know it wasn't fair, but you came today. There's so much hope in my voice it's embarrassing. You came for me, right? Yet the hope inside me wilts when I see his expression. I came because we made a deal, and because I understand how much it means to you in your career. But, Eliza, he shakes his head with a laugh that sounds more like a sigh. He moves away from me, and the space between us, the space I'd once tried so hard to manufacture, feels cold, cursed. Whether they're real or not, all your words have consequences. You can't just take them back. It takes me too long to recover, to pick my heart up from where it's fallen like shattered glass. By the time I do, Caz is already gone. Chapter 21. The next week, I'm in math class when the interview goes up. Ms. Sway is out today. We've been left without a sub and instructed to use the hour as a study hall, so everyone around me is already scrolling through their socials, a tab of our algebra questions left open in the corner just for show. Then there's a small flurry of activity, quiet, half-muffled giggles, chairs squeaking as friends turn from their desks to watch, curious eyes swiveling from their screens to me. And the empty seat beside me. A now familiar pang fills my gut. Caz has been absent from school all week. Busy shooting again. Although, as Savannah sets her laptop on the teacher's desk, in clear view of the whole classroom, and starts playing that dramatic reenactment Caz and I did, I'm not so sure this isn't a good thing. Oh my God. Look at you too, Nadia says, grinning over at me while the others giggle. I don't really want to, the same way you wouldn't want to scratch at an open wound, but the video volume's now playing too loud for me to ignore, my own stilted voice drifting toward me. I should be asking you that, you fool. Resisting every impulse to cringe, I look up. Whoever edited our interview has gone through the trouble of placing my clip with Kiss beside a reference clip from the original drama he starred in. And as the video plays on, the camera zooming in on Caz's face while he makes his famous confession, I can't help noticing a difference between the two versions. I mean, there's obviously a difference. The original actress is far more beautiful and natural on-screen than I'll ever be, and with the peach blossoms unfurling around them in the background and their long, blood-splattered, traditional-styled robes, their scene together looks like something from an epic tragedy. But the look in Caz's eyes is somehow different too. Because when Kiss tells the actress how he waited for her, how he missed her, how he refuses to lose her again, his acting is impeccable, wholly convincing. Yet it's only that, acting. When he murmurs those same lines to me, however, the raw, piercing intensity of his gaze is undeniably real. What was it that Daiki had teased us for on Caz's birthday? We can see it in your eyes. I grip the edge of my desk, a startled breath rattling in my throat. Caz had told me, of course. Both the day we kissed, and the day in the rain, and again after the interview. But maybe, up until this very instant, with the evidence playing right before my eyes, the camera forcing me to see myself and him through its objective lens, I'd never truly trusted that he could mean it. That Caz Song could feel something real for me. That there isn't something fundamentally broken about me, something that will inevitably drive him away. And now the only identifiable thought in my head is, shit. Shit. I've messed up. Miscalculated. The whole time I've been trying to protect myself from getting hurt. I've hurt him too. More than I could have possibly imagined. I have to talk to him, set things right. Ask for one more chance. I start to rise to my feet, but at the front of the classroom, Savannah lurches back first. "Oh my God," she whispers, staring at something on her laptop. Her widened eyes cut to me, and confusion rolls through my gut, merging with something sour like dread. Eliza, I think you should." "I don't." The interview clip has ended now, but a notification has popped up. There's a new article about Caz waiting, posted only a few minutes ago. I peer closer, heart speeding, and the words leap out at me in fragments, sinking in like shards of glass. Young actor Caz Song, while filming highly anticipated 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎 drama, accident on set, injuries unknown. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎 hospital, waiting for comment. I go completely still. Still as death. What? I want to say, but the word never leaves my mouth. You're joking, but that doesn't make it out either. I want to throw up. My heart is self-cannibalizing, I swear, shrinking smaller, shrinking into nothing, and I can't do anything except stand there. Suck in breath after breath after breath until I manage to unhook my voice from my throat. Even then, it comes out as a weak rasp. I don't understand. It says something about a broken wire, Savannah says, reading fast, and the temperature in the classroom seems to plummet 100 degrees. Everyone is frozen beside me. Or the equipment when they were shooting. Some kind of malfunction. And I'm officially panicking. Hyperventilating. My mind fogged with white. I think of Caz and the pale scar running down his forearm and those cursed, worn-down wires that should have been replaced months ago. It already happened to him once. It could always happen again. I'll call him, I croak, because that small, hopeful, foolish part of me is still praying this is all a misunderstanding. Maybe he wasn't even shooting today. Maybe he wrapped up his scene early and left before the accident. Maybe. Please. The entire class stays silent as I scroll through my contacts, find Caz's number on my first try. It's so familiar I almost have it memorized by now. Then I click the call button and put it on loudspeaker and it rings. And rings. My heart lurches to my throat and beat with every new, unanswered sound of the dial. I feel nauseated. Faint. If I close my eyes I can imagine Caz's voice on the phone now, smooth and low and slightly confused as to why I'm calling him in the first place, and for a brief moment when the ringing stops, I swear it's him. But all that comes through is his voicemail. I stuff my phone away and look up, will myself not to see the pity swimming in Savannah's eyes, the open concern laid out on Nadia's face. If a teacher asks, just tell them I had to leave. Wait. Where are you going? It's such an absurd question that I almost burst into hysterical laughter. Where else could I go? Where else, but to him? It doesn't matter that he's more or less rejected me already, that this could very well end badly. I just need to see him, to be there for him, confirm for myself that he's okay. No matter how much it hurts. The hospital, I call over my shoulder, already twisting away, punching 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎𝐏𝐿's number into my phone with trembling fingers. Then I run. But this time, I'm not running away. The drive to 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎𝐏 hospital takes an eternity, every passing minute dragging like a knife across my skin. But somehow, before I can lose my mind or my heart can explode, the sign for 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐴 hospital comes into view. It looks brand new, the blue paint gleaming. I don't wait for 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐴 to park the car properly before I run out, yelling back over my shoulder for him to drive home without me, because if Caz is safe, then we can talk and figure out a way back to the compound ourselves, and if he's not, well. I smother the thought to death and run faster. The air smells different the second I burst into the hospital. Like antiseptics and lemon pine to cover up something nasty in the sharp, metallic tang of stainless steel or maybe just old blood. Like desperation and sickness. And now comes the tricky part. I have no idea where Caz's room is. If I simply walk up to a receptionist and ask for Caz Song's room number, they'll most likely dismiss me as a fan, or maybe a stalker. They might even kick me out. Which means I have to figure out where he is myself. It's manageable, there are only 4 levels in the hospital. That's what the signs beside the main staircase say. And since the first floor is mainly for administrative purposes and the second floor is the labor ward, I can start on the 3rd floor, search around from there. No sooner than the vague plan forms in my head, I'm already moving, taking the stairs 2 at a time. The 3rd floor opens up into a vast, white-walled room lined with uncomfortable-looking plastic seats. Colorless afternoon light drifts in through the windows. There are more doctors up here, and patients too, a sniffling child hooked to an IV, a too big military coat resting around his skinny shoulders, a weary mother fumbling through her purse for receipts, medical details. I check every face I pass, every curtained room on both ends of the hall. I don't know what exactly I'm looking for. Maybe Caz himself, alive and well, or a cast member, or someone. Anyone. Even just one tiny sign that he's all right. My heart hammers against my ribs as I move deeper in, searching and finding nothing. My skin buzzes, a new tide of panic rushing to shore. Then I spot a familiar figure waiting outside one of the closed rooms, broad jaw and cropped hair and even broader shoulders, half his body still covered in plates of fake armor. 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐭. Relief crashes through my chest, but it's cut short by the look on his face. His lips are set in a hard, tired line, his eyes vacant and rimmed with red. As I stare, he wipes his face roughly with one hand. Is he crying? No. My footsteps falter, and suddenly I want to turn right back around. Get out of here. Go back to not knowing. But he's already seen me. Eliza? 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐭 rubs his eyes one last time and straightens, walks over slowly, exhaustion written all over his body. Exhaustion, or grief. His voice is hushed. What are you doing here? There's something stuck in my throat, something painful. I try to clear it. Where's Caz? His features pinch, and I know, even before he says the words, I know. I steel myself with every cell in my body, but it's still not enough to stomach what he says next, in Mandarin. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎𝐶. I do a quick translation in my head, he isn't here, and everything stops. My ears ring. Ring on and on and on like an unanswered call before the static turns to silence. I think I collapse to the ground, because next thing I know my knees are bruising against the gray tiles, the cold of the floor creeping into my skin, into my bones, sinking its sharp teeth into everything. 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐭 moves forward with hands outstretched, starts to say something else, but I can't hear him. Can't even think. Not here. Not anymore. Dead. A nail deep in my chest, twisting. That's what it feels like, and I don't want to feel this, but when did that ever stop anything? It's over. All of it. And I never even got the chance to tell him how I really felt, never even got to give him a real apology. I breathe in and out and the world is still moving, it must be, but everything is frozen inside me. I had always feared Caz Song would break my heart, but this is the kind of heartbreak you never recover from. Chapter 22. 2 hands touch my shoulders. Gentle. I don't know who they belong to. I don't care. My eyes blur, the hospital lights bleeding into the corners of my vision like a white haze of stars, and it's not until I hear his voice, feel his shadow reaching over me, that I freeze. What happened? What did you say to her? His voice. Not 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐭's, but. My breathing stutters. My heart crashes and picks up again at 1,000 miles a minute, and I twist around so fast my spine cracks, because it's not real, it can't be real, it can't be, except it is. It is. Caz Song is standing in the center of the hospital corridor, gazing down at me, long lashes shadowing his cheeks, eyes liquid black with concern. He's alive. He's alive and right there, and he's never looked so beautiful, and even though I can't bear to look away from him, I turn to Mingri for confirmation that I'm not hallucinating. And Mingri is turned toward Caz, which means I must not be. He's really here. Eliza? Caz says, and his voice is so exquisitely tender that I forget myself, forget everything, just spring up from the ground with more strength than I knew I possessed and throw my arms around his body, crash headfirst into his chest. He wobbles slightly upon impact, caught off guard, but he manages to regain his balance. And I hold him. Hold on to him. I breathe in the summer scent of his shampoo and feel the firmness of his shoulders, the hard places where his muscles connect, the slope of his neck, and it all feels so nice I could cry. Then Mingri clears his throat. We pull apart, but the moment lingers somewhere in the space between my fingertips, the leftover heat from his body warming my skin. Sorry. I had no idea, Mingri says, hands half thrown up in bewildered defense. I didn't think. What did you tell her? Caz repeats, his eyes still on me. All the tenderness is gone. In fact, he sounds more pissed off than I've ever heard him. Pissed off at Mingri. Mingri brings one hand to the back of his neck, rubs it over flushed skin. I just told her you weren't here anymore. That you'd left. To get water is what I meant, but I can see how she may have mistaken here for, the general physical realm of the living, instead of this specific space, and maybe I shouldn't have used Mandarin. Caz stares at him for a long, disbelieving beat. Then he punches Mingri's shoulder. It's not a particularly aggressive punch, not the kind intended to beat the crap out of someone or start a fight, but judging from the thud it makes in Mingri's immediate wince, it's not particularly gentle either. How could you say that? Caz demands. I thought she already knew you were okay. And besides, I didn't exactly get a chance to clarify before she. You might have considered your word choice better, Caz cuts him off. Well, it's not like I was lying, Mingri mumbles. By now my despair has receded into only confused embarrassment. I brush my cheeks as casually as I can, as if I haven't just been caught breaking down. Then I look back and forth between the two of them before settling on Mingri. But you, I say, remembering. You looked so out of it, and you were rubbing your eyes. Yeah, because I was yawning. And that look on my face is what happens when you shoot the same scene 40 times in a boiling tent without any breaks. He tosses Caz a not-so-subtle look of irritation. Jerks an accusing thumb toward him. Thanks to this guy, we've been working hardcore for weeks. He used to be all dedicated and shit, but recently. Mingri. Caz clears his throat. Mingri ignores him. Recently he's been extra intense. Won't even stop for lunch. Even the director was asking him to take it easy. Anyway, we figured it had something to do with you. Mingri. But he was scaring the shit out of us, so we didn't. I think that's enough, Caz says loudly, and Mingri throws a hand up in surrender. Okay, I'll give you two some space. Then a small, wistful grin flits over his face. I'm meant to be meeting 𝐒𝐽𝐫 outside anyway, so. Yes, go, have fun, Caz tells him with some force. But Mingri lingers for a beat and winks. Good to see you again, Eliza. Really? For the sake of the entire cast and crew, please take care of him. He dodges another punch from Caz, and, sorry again about the death thing. It's fine, I say in a rush, because I kind of really want to speak to Caz alone. Mingri seems to get the message. He waves at both of us, and then he's off. As his footsteps retreat down the corridor, I turn back to Caz. Are you injured or? Just a shallow cut on my arm, he says, rolling up his sleeve to show me. There's a bandage stretching from his elbow to his wrist, running almost parallel to his old scar. We didn't even need to come to the hospital for this, but they were scared it'd be infected or something. He shrugs and pushes his sleeve back down before I can look closer. It's really fine. And are we? I swallow. Make myself finish the sentence. He's already rejected me once. The worst that could happen is he rejects me again, and I lose him, and I spend the rest of my life nursing a broken heart. But if I don't tell him how I feel when I feel it, that's another kind of heartbreak, more fatal, more terrible. Are we fine? Are you still mad? Surprise dances over his features. Then he stuffs his hands in his pockets, leans back, and looks at me with such intensity that for a moment I forget how to breathe. What do you think? I'm forced to trail off when two nurses appear down the corridor carrying dark vials of blood. They smile and nod at us as they pass. We smile back. Everyone's very polite, and I want to tear my hair out. My heart feels like it's trying to fight its way free from my ribs. As soon as they're out of earshot, I try again. I was thinking. Another group of nurses walk past us, chatting, seemingly in a competition to see who can walk the slowest. We repeat the whole excruciating process again. I smile until my teeth grind into dust, until my jaw physically hurts from my effort to keep from screaming. You know what? I decide, unable to stand it anymore. Follow me. All the hospital rooms are completely occupied, as are the waiting areas and the downstairs lobby, so we end up sneaking into a cleaning closet on the far corner of the second floor. Feels like home, Caz remarks as I push him gently against a cabinet of disinfectants and shut the door behind us. The space is even smaller than the janitor's closet at our school, a few more inches, and we'd be touching. We're standing so close, in fact, that I can feel the subtle change in his breathing when he looks at me. So, what were you saying before? All this time, I've prided myself on my ability to lie, to spin a story out of nothing, to act like I don't care about anything. But insincerity is easy. Bullshitting your way through things is easy. It doesn't require any emotional attachment, there aren't any stakes involved. It can't hurt you, because you never believed in any of it anyway. But telling the truth, saying exactly what you mean, how you feel, to the people you care about most. That's one of the hardest things in the world. Because you have to trust them. Trust that they won't hurt you, even when they have the power to. I take a deep breath. Open my mouth. My only source of comfort is that I've already done this with Zoe, and it didn't kill me. Maybe, just maybe, I can do it again. Before I came here, I began reaching for the right words. I was actually watching that interview we did. With the confession scene. I mean, okay, that was, like, the catalyst, but I guess I've been thinking about this long before. But I just didn't know it, you know? Caz's brows crinkle faintly, and I realize I'm making no sense. God, I'm terrible at this. I flush, try again. What I mean is, well, first, if I'm going to be serious about my writing, I don't want my whole career to be built around a lie. More than likely the truth is going to come out one day, and I think I was just trying to delay it, because I'm a total coward, and there are too many people out there I didn't want to let down. Except by continuing the lie, I was letting them down anyway. Second, I realized that, and trust me, believing you were dead for a few moments back there has really reaffirmed this. I don't want our relationship to be built around a lie either. I want to be with you, I say, and my voice softens on its own, like the words are too sacred to be spoken aloud in this dim, cramped room of bleach and feather dusters and tangible longing. I move forward, tilt my head up. The excruciating distance between us narrows down from 3 inches to 2 to 1. For real, this time. The seconds that follow are some of the most terrifying ones in my life. Maybe I'll always be scared. Maybe the fear of getting hurt, of being left alone, will never truly go away. But even if it's my default setting, I can fight it. So many beautiful things lie on the other side of fear. Like love. Like this. Caz stares down at me for forever, the look in his eyes asking and answering everything. Then he brings his fingertips slowly to my jaw, as if he's not entirely convinced I exist. Really? Really? I inhale. It seems impossible that half an hour ago I felt like I would die, and now here I am, more alive than I ever thought I could be. Hey, your face isn't injured or anything, right? He stills, confused. No, why? Good, I tell him, smiling, and I press my lips to his. Chapter 23. And now comes the real damage control. After I get home, I write out a quick email to Sarah telling her that I have a plan for my second piece. It'll be different from my personal essay, I explain, and much longer in length, but I'm ready to pour my whole heart into it. All of this is true. There's an idea that's been brewing in the back of my mind ever since I entered the cleaning closet with Caz, and it's risky and absolutely terrifying, but I'm learning that most valuable things are. Around midnight, Sarah sends me a reply. I look forward to reading it. Once I have the green light, I get to work right away. I open up a blank Word document and title it. This time it's real.docs. Then I start from the very beginning. The actual beginning, including the English assignment I didn't want to do, the parent-teacher interviews, stumbling across Caz out in the corridor, every awkward, heart-pounding, embarrassing detail. It's a confession and an apology and a love story all wrapped in one, and the more I write the more I realize that I was wrong before. Writing isn't a form of lying, not the good kind anyway, the kind that makes you feel something. Writing is a means of telling the truth. Both the beautiful and the ugly. It also occurs to me that maybe, just maybe, I meant half the things I wrote in my original essay. Maybe there is some small, weak part of me that wants to be wanted, to hold hands with someone beautiful in the blue dark, to breathe and hear its echo, to walk through the alleys of Beijing with another shadow falling naturally beside mine. No, not weak. This is what I need to get into my head. Hope is not weakness. It's oxygen, a crack in the window, the pale slash of moonlight across a dusty room. Maybe I should start learning to invite it in. Between my writing sessions, I paint my bedroom walls blue. Emily and 𝐒𝐚𝐫 come in to help. We blast music from my laptop and wear old raincoats fished from boxes and cover the floor with last month's newspapers, and we paint and paint and paint. Emily loves this task more than anyone. Her brush flies everywhere over the white canvas, splattering droplets of color onto her rosy cheeks and bare feet, so her toes look like they might be an alien's. We know Ma is going to scold her for making a mess when she sees, but 𝐒𝐵 just laughs. There are specks of paint in his hair too. In the creases of his skin when he smiles. I smile back at him, grateful for everything. We finish painting less than an hour before lunch, and we all stop to admire our work. I've chosen a bright, cheerful shade of blue as blue as the spring sky outside my window. As blue as fresh cornflowers. And when the sun hits the room at the right angle, lighting up everything from within, the walls look almost turquoise, the same shade as the shallowest ends of the ocean, or a cliffside pool. I want to wake up every day and look around my bedroom and feel what I feel now, happy. Hopeful. After the paint has dried, I hang up the string of fairy lights I bought on Taobao and carefully arrange a series of photos onto the wall beside my bed. In the first few photos, I'm with Zoe. Both of us are laughing so hard our faces look close to distorted, hands clutching our sides. There are more photos, of the frozen-over compound lake in winter, my family crowded together at the seafood restaurant, chopsticks in hands, the Westbridge school buildings at sunset, the sky blushing pink over the courtyard. Of me and Caz that day in Chaoyang Park, my lips touching his cheek, his eyes wide with faint surprise. I stare at the photos on the wall and lie back down on my soft covers, and this strange, tender feeling in my chest, it feels a lot like home. I'm sitting on the rooftop again, but this time, I'm not alone. "Hey," Caz says, hopping onto the swings beside me, a folder in his hand. He's grinning, and I can't tell if something incredible has happened or if he's just glad to be here. I mean, that's definitely why I'm grinning like an idiot. It's weird how everything feels new and familiar at once, the future stretching ahead of us both like a gleaming, open road. New, because I'm not afraid to open up to him anymore, and maybe, eventually, other people too. I've already made plans to go shopping at Indigo with Savannah and have lunch the next day with all of Caz's friends. And familiar, because it's him. "What's that?" I ask, nodding at what he's holding. "A college application." "I thought I already helped you write all of them," I say, confused. "This is different." He drums 2 fingers over the folder, a small, nervous habit of his that few others seem to know, then holds it out for me to read. "This is for the Beijing Film Academy." It takes a moment for the name to register. Then my eyes widen. "Caz. Wait, you mean?" "I've been thinking a lot about what you said," he explains as I open the folder, flipping carefully through the pages inside. They've already been filled out in his messy handwriting. Warmth rushes through my chest. I know better than anyone how hard it is to share your writing with others, how vulnerable it leaves you. "And I still want a college education," he continues. "I'm sure of that, but I guess it can't hurt to study something I'm actually interested in, can it? A bunch of famous actors have graduated from here too." "Oh my God. Caz. That's amazing." He shrugs and rubs a hand over the back of his neck like it's no big deal, but he's so clearly trying not to smile. "I might need your help with it, though. You don't have to write anything, just read over it, tell me what you think, if it's not too inconvenient." "Of course I'll help," I say. I almost start to justify this with a clause from our arrangement, or a complete lie about how I enjoy editing people's college applications anyway. Then I remember that we don't have to pretend anymore, we can both just be ourselves, and it's relief and sharp delight all at once, the very best feeling in the world. "Caz, I'd love to be inconvenienced by you. I wouldn't mind being inconvenienced by you for the rest of my life." "Thank you." He sounds almost shy. "I seriously owe you." I hold up a hand before he can say any more. "Okay, stop being so polite. It's scaring me." He scoffs. "What, you'd prefer if I never thanked you for anything? See?" I point a finger at him. He makes a half-hearted attempt to bat it aside. "That attitude right there? That's much better." "You're so weird sometimes," he says, "and it somehow sounds more affectionate than I love you." He kicks the swing back, and my stomach dips pleasantly with the motion. "Anyway, what about you? How's the writing?" "I'm about 2/3 done. But, I have no idea how people will respond to it. And that's the thing. That's always the thing, it might not go well. It might go terribly. I might wake up one day having given my heart to the world, revealed all those vulnerable and embarrassing parts of me, spelled out my innermost thoughts, and discover that no one likes them. Or worse, that no one cares in the first place. It's the same with Caz. There's still every chance that what we have won't last the year, or even the season. Maybe we'll graduate and end up on opposite ends of the world and slowly drift apart. Maybe he'll change irrevocably, shedding the self that once wanted me and discarding it like an old winter coat. Maybe I will. But certain joys, I'm discovering, are worth the potential pain. Are you happy? I asked Caz, tilting my head to properly look at him, to study the familiar curve of his jaw, the deep dimples in his cheeks when he smiles and pulls me closer. The city rises up behind him, and if someone were to assign me an essay about home again, I know exactly what I'd write. I am, he says softly. Are you? I breathe in the sweet scent of magnolias from the gardens, feel the spring air on my skin, the scratch of his jacket against my neck. His presence beside me, warm. Whole. My heart threatens to overflow. I'm so unbelievably happy right now, I tell him. And I mean every word. And that's a wrap for this time it's real. Thank you so much for listening along. I had the best time reading this with you. If you enjoyed this book, don't forget to like, subscribe, and let me know what story we should dive into next. And of course, if your heart is as full as mine, go support Liang by snagging your own copy. Until next time.